Something feels odd here. Be on your guard.
Looks like we made it here in one piece.
This is where the light fell? What's with this tower? Is it a Dahnan relic?
No idea. But the astral energy is getting stronger here. The light's definitely in this area. Even if it is an agent from Lenegis, I'll blow them away with my astral arts. I won't forgive you!
Demon Prey!
In a vine?
Double Demon Prey!
It's like trying to keep up with a wolf!
Push forward!
I'm all stuffed up! Right out the door!
I'm on back! Come on!
Stand back. I'll trip it up.
Storm! Destruction! Talon Hurricane!
I'm on it! Watch this!
Thankful Arrow! Death Blossom!
Time!
Here I come! Sword Rain out! Resistance!
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Ray!
Barely a blip on our radar.
Is someone being attacked?
We have to save them! I won't let them get hurt!
Oh man, I hope I live long enough to regret this.
Eat this! Talon Storm! Rising Phoenix!
Aw, too shy! I'm so good with airborne targets!
Strike! Hurricane Thrust!
One flying freak! Why can't they just sit still?
Sia, can you take care of them?
No sooner said than done!
Tear! Talon Hurricane! Tear!
I'll finish you here and now!
By the power of water!
Eagle
By the power of flame! Finish without a trail! Hurt! And fight!
Ignite!
Explosion!
Storm! Slash! Rising Water!
By the power of flame!
I'll take you all on! Ha! Flare the Molotov! Going in!
Rising
Light up
Falcon!
the dark! Talon Hurricane!
Dragon Swarm! Finish it!
Shion, get toasty!
Burn Strike!
Here, let me help! The power of light! Take it! Let me out!
Rising Wyvern!
Inferno Punch!
Eagle Assault!
Shuffling
Let me out! Do it!
Hey!
Blow them away!
Crap!
Well...
Why you? Why you? I guess...
Yeah.
Damn. No backing down! Take this!
You're mine!
Dragon Storm!
By the power of water!
Steel!
This one's mine!
Just getting
By the
started.
power of
Try
water!
this.
Light up the storm!
Explosive ring!
Guardian
Now I'm in the groove!
ready to go!
Inferno Punch!
Too fast!
Stand back. I'll trip it up.
I'm on it! Rising Wyvern! Burn in hell!
Too shy to come
It's
over!
time.
Here!
What's this?
Take this!
Guardian
I'm on!
Sword Ring Alpha!
Hero Circle!
Faster!
Going in! Need to pull myself together!
Dragon Swarm!
That I'm just getting
Laser
started!
fire!
Well, that freaking does it!
Dragon Storm! Storm! Sonic
Let me
Thrust!
help!
Sword Ring Alpha!
Alright,
Let me
take
out!
this!
Steering
Alright.
Storm! Let me out! I will! Flare
What's this?
Lunar Rumble! Rising
Talon Hurricane! Death! I'll finish you here and now!
Do it!
Storm!
Shion, get toasty!
Burn Strike!
Looks like we got them all. We should be able to cook here.
That's a pretty tall...
Shion, could we talk a moment?
I'm looking forward to breakfast. Come on, guys. We've got lots to do.
Stairs. Which way do we go?
I say up. I sense presences below us, but not as large.
Up it is, then. I live long enough to regret this.
Here!
You see what happened there as you crossed? Shouldn't have done that.
Airborne beast. My
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
Will this help?
I'm not done!
That's freaking does it!
healing circle!
Sword Rain Alpha! Blow away!
Take this!
This one's mine!
really owe you one.
Flaming meteor!
Where are you going? If it's in the sky, it's mine!
Eternal devastation!
Armor won't save you!
Here's evil!
Flaming meteor!
Where are you going?
Watch this!
Glacial
Hurricane!
Take arrow!
I'm all stopped up!
I'm ready to go!
Talon Hurricane! I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
Hurricane
On a
fly!
roll now!
Lightning strike! Healing
Talon
Do it!
Hurricane!
Hikara! I'll stop your movement!
And I'll stop your life! You watch this! That's freaking does it!
Here, let me
Take
go!
arrow! Watch this! Talon sword!
On guard!
That's freaking does
Here!
Dragon form! Try this!
Flaming meteor!
Explosive rings!
Healing circle!
Guardian
field!
Dragon form!
Let me at him!
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Here we go
Will this
again!
help?
Hurricane
Sword
strike!
Rain Alpha! Come on! Be still!
You have to hold
You're
on!
on! Dragon form! Sword Rain Alpha!
Light up the dark!
Dragon form!
Eat this!
Sword Rain Alpha!
I'll take you all on! Ha! Flare Demolitor!
Glacial
Sword Rain Alpha! Try this!
Ready to go!
Blending Blast!
Swallow dance!
Rising Phoenix! Sword Rain Alpha!
Make it break! Don't leave!
Hey! Blow them away!
My turn!
Here!
You're on! First strike!
Hurricane flash!
Infernal Torrent!
That'll bring you down!
Lightning Dance! Searing Gale!
Infernal Punch!
This should do it!
Healing circle!
Sword Rain Alpha! Be still! Soaring Light Sphere!
Finish without a
Dragon Form! Sword Rain Alpha!
Radiant Pierce!
Here I come!
Radiant Pierce!
Eat this!
Here I go!
You're on! Here I come!
Hurricane
Strike!
Punch! Going in!
Sword Rain Alpha!
Annihilation!
My turn! You're on! Dragon Form!
Flaming meteor!
Demon's Descent! Flashing Fang!
Do it! Okay!
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
I need to be stronger.
just steps upon steps. Why would someone build this?
Not to live in, I'm guessing.
Right? It would take someone real kooky to build all this.
Right. This astral energy is incredible.
It's so thick here. Even we can sense it.
Get ready, everybody!
I was born ready. Nothing can surprise me.
Look up there!
What the hell is that?
Please tell me we don't have to fight that.
We'll worry about that later. There are things on the ground to deal with first. Eat dirt!
Thanks, Shion.
Death Blossom!
Be still!
Pesky airborne scoundrels.
Sounds like a job for yours truly.
Rising Wyvern!
Power of flame!
Slice!
Watch it!
Slice!
Here's a healing heart! Let me out! First
Storm!
That'll bring you down!
Rising Wyvern!
Look sharp!
Point fire!
Roll now! Black Salt! Talon Storm! Lion's Howl! Where are you going? Lightning Strike! Talon Storm! Lunar Arc!
Watch this!
That thing's headed this way!
Even I can't stop that!
Everyone, look out!
Healing Circle! Need to pull myself together.
Doomed!
Pull it together, Law.
Sorry, right. I'm calm.
Talon Storm!
I'll heal you all!
Talon Hurricane!
Healing Circle! Searing Tempest! I will!
I'm on a roll now!
Take
Too
this.
slow!
Flare Tornado!
That's much better. I lost my focus! That's much better. That's much better. Here we go again!
This one's all mine!
Newcomers, let's welcome them.
Watch the ones up above, too! Dragon Swarm! Talon Explosive Ring!
Watch this! Death Blossom! Look sharp!
Burn in hell!
Talon Swarm!
I owe you one! Dragon Swarm!
Light up cross! Just getting
I owe
started!
you one! Dominating effect! Incineration Wave!
Guardian Tail!
Rising Wyvern!
Here's Eve I never miss! Primed and ready!
Talon Storm!
Radiant
Short-Ring Alpha!
Hurricane Strike! Here's a healing arc!
I'm on a roll now!
I've taken too many hits!
Rising Wyvern!
Yes, I'll finish you here and
Soaring
now!
Light Spear!
Where are you going?
Hurrah!
Talon Storm!
Dragon Swarm!
Here's a healing arc!
Talon Hurricane!
First aid!
I owe you one back!
Bolero! Make it ready!
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
Here,
Too
let me
slow!
out.
Guardian Field! Let me finish you here and now!
Falcon!
Searing
Eagle Assault!
And then
Flare
Flare Tornado!
I'm ready to go!
Destruction!
Storm!
Eternal
Guardian
Devastation!
Field!
Not today!
Make it ready!
Hurry! Hey! Blow them away!
Here,
Now I'm in the groove! Guardian Field! I'm
Rising
Eagle
Wyvern!
Assault!
Soaring Light Spear!
Talon Storm! That's fun! Talon Hurricane! Hurricane Strike! Lost my focus! On guard!
Lightning Thrust!
Blizzard
Rising
Blow!
Falcon!
back into the fray!
Eat this!
Flaming
Meteor!
Talon Storm! Flame! Vanish without a trace!
Point Black!
Piercing Roar!
I'm on it!
Explosion! Flaming! Flame of Sharon! Burning! I never miss!
Hurrah! The flame inside me!
Now I'm in the groove!
Hear my call!
I'm on it!
Blow away!
Hurricane!
Here's the
Hey,
eagle!
Bolero! Death
Freeze
Blossom!
laser! Going in! bring you back from death to this! Hurricane strike! Anything in armor is all mine! Right up arrow! I got you! Healing circle! Glimmer dragon! Appreciate the help! By the power of flame!
Rising Viper!
That cricket does it! Here, let me help!
Rising Phoenix!
First aid! Searing tempest! Guardian!
Rising Pistol!
Rhythm! I'm just getting started!
Finish it! Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
There!
I'm ready!
I lost my focus.
They just keep coming!
This thing's putting us through our paces.
I've let you all down.
You'll pay for that!
Glacial Spear! Here's evil!
Sword Red Alpha!
Anything in armor is all mine!
Ready Slash!
Now I'm in the groove. I'll smash you.
You may be strong, but I'll never back down! Demon Fang!
Can't get out of this!
Double Demon Fang!
You watch
Demon
this.
Fang!
No.
Can't end here!
I've let you all down. That's much better.
I'll bring you back from death's abyss! Blizzard blow! Resuscitation!
I'm on it.
Crescent Moon! Here, let me help! First aid!
Shockwave Slash!
Talon Storm! Searing
Sonic
Flame!
Thrust!
Reload!
Rising Wyvern!
By the power of flame! Finish without a trace! The power of light! I'm ready to go! I'm on a roll
Rising
now!
Wyvern!
Guardian Steel! I let my guard down!
Stay away from my friend!
I'll bring you
Not
back from
my
death's
finest.
abyss.
That's my cue!
Shut him down. I've let you all down.
Not like this! Lightning!
Can't get out of this!
Here I come!
I'm ready!
Double Demon Fang!
Resuscitation! I won't give up!
Demon Fang!
Train harder!
Demon
How
Fang!
about this?
Double Demon Fang!
Forgive me.
Dragon Soul!
Flame inside me! Let free!
Inferno Crossing! Radiant
You picked the wrong fight!
Here! Arch
I'm out of ammo!
Take this! Dragon Swarm!
Shield and Fang! Here, let me
Sword
help!
Rain out!
No rest for the
First
wicked.
aid!
Is this it?
Don't leave me! Guardian
Can't be
happening!
Bloody howling.
The everlasting darkness!
Negative gate!
To do it!
Magic is holy land!
Dragon Swarm!
A whirling struggle! Winds of heaven! Earth force!
Benediction light.
Free! Dance in the wind! Air thrust! A whirling struggle!
I can do.
Winds of heaven!
I won't give up!
Take this. No.
Can't end here!
Waterfall! Sealed!
Benediction light.
More for the stockpile! Wind Astrolid! More where that came from!
That's much better.
Purge Malevolence!
on thy
Or
sin.
dig Waterfall! Freeland! Dance in the wind! Air thrust! Photon! Magic is there!
A new lease on life! Glacial Spear!
First strike!
Let's put you out of your misery!
Freeze!
I'll finish you here and now!
Winds of hell, ready!
Will this help? Eat this!
The flames will roar!
Healing circle! Ready to go!
I've let you all down. I couldn't make it in time.
Glacial Spear!
Here's the...
Some... Something feels odd here. Be on your guard.
Everything will be okay now.
I know the basics of healing art.
Your lordship. Oh, what a great honor it is to finally meet you. I descended to Dana during the last crown contest also. Alas, when the contender I was backing failed to clinch the title, I returned. I witnessed the deaths of so many slaves.
Indeed.
Sorry to interrupt, but we're looking for a woman dressed all in red. Have you seen anyone of that description?
All red, eh? No, I can't say I remember anyone like that. I imagine she'd stand out somewhat, too.
Yeah. What about down on Dana during the crown contest? You didn't see anyone like that hanging around the lord you were serving?
What's with all these questions? I've never seen her, okay? Not recently or otherwise. Why do you want to find her anyway?
Never mind. Forget I asked. Sorry to take up your time. Is everything okay? You look a little lost.
Oh, yes. I can't seem to find my way home, is all. I was just about to make my umpteenth attempt at a new route.
I was hoping to head this way myself. The situation is a real pain, huh?
I suppose the Sovereign knows best. I daren't stay here too long, though. A lower caste can only linger around these parts for so long before I outstay my welcome. I was hoping to avoid it, but maybe I'll have to go that way after all.
You mean you know another way round?
Lord Dohalim Ilkaris! But how? Last I heard, you were in Dana competing in the crown contest.
Yes, strange, isn't it? If you know another route, we'd be grateful if you could tell us.
But of course. Please forgive me. There's a wall that sprung up ahead of here, with what looks to be an entrance in it. I thought maybe it was a passageway between the different quarters, but I've no way of knowing for sure.
It's worth investigating, at least. I shall go and assess the situation. In the meantime, wait for me here. If it looks safe, I'll come and let you know.
You'd really do that for me? A lord troubling himself for someone of my lowly status?
Our lot in life is of little consequence. We are both Renan, first and foremost.
Oh, why yes, my lord. Thank you.
Oh, dear me. What an unspeakable mess this has all become. Just look at the state of our city. Even the Zeugles have stopped heeding our commands. Whatever did we do to deserve this?
You really have no clue what might have caused this?
Would that I have. Alas, there was no warning, no prior decree. His Highness must have deemed it unnecessary for us to know. We have no choice but to grin and bear it. But do my eyes deceive me? Could I really be standing in the presence of his lordship, Dohalim of the House Ilkaris? I believed he was on Dana.
Your eyes do not deceive you. It is I, one and the same. I have returned to fulfill a special duty, the details of which I cannot divulge.
As your lordship wishes. First Lenegis mutates beyond recognition, now this unexpected visit. The Sovereign's plans are inscrutable indeed. The Ilkaris house has produced a great many lords over the centuries. I shall be praying for your victory in the latest crown contest.
Your good wishes do me an honor.
Well, we've canvassed the city for information. What do you think?
No one has the faintest idea what's happened to the city after all. They haven't heard the news about the crown contest either.
You'd think that info would easily find its way up here. Has it always been like that?
Not to this extent, which would indicate that something's suppressing the truth, that Lenegis is under some kind of control.
Given everything that's happened to their city, the people here seem weirdly okay with it all.
Yeah, that one guy even said his Zeugle had stopped listening to him. If that's true, these people are in big trouble.
Everything that happens here is attributed to the Sovereign's will. It's the way people have been conditioned. Their belief runs deep. Nothing happens devoid of a reason. To them, it's all part of the Sovereign's grand plan.
The Sovereign's plan. There is one thing I'm still not sure about. Just who is this person ruling over Lenegis?
The Sovereign, of course. He rules from Rena while presiding over both Rena and Lenegis.
Without the lords or anyone in the middle doing his dirty work? Isn't Rena at least the same size as Dana? That's a pretty big dominion for one person to rule over. I would have thought ruling Lenegis alone would be difficult enough.
The points you make are valid, though I confess I'd never given it much thought before. Here, the Sovereign's total authority is as natural as night turning to day. Come to think of it, I know nothing of the nature of how Rena itself is. Shion, have you ever been... No, forgive me. Have you met or crossed paths with, or even heard of someone who's actually made a visit to the homeland?
No, I haven't.
Neither have I. In which case, I would imagine that... But no, surely not. Can it really be that no citizen of Lenegis has ever been there?
Hold up, what are you getting at, Dohalim?
Assuming what I believe to be correct, it's possible that no one on Lenegis has ever laid eyes on the actual Renan homeworld itself. No one but the Sovereign, that is.
But what about trade and communication?
There's got to be a flow back and forth, surely.
Not if the Sovereign is imposing his will on Lenegis single-handedly. It could be a one-way street.
But I thought you said that the Sovereign's all the way over on Rena. If that's the case, can he really rule directly over Lenegis from so far away? What if something were to happen to the city, like now?
I'm beginning to wonder what the nature of this Sovereign even is. Alphen said he was forced into the role, right? Just before the ceremony. But Sovereign is also the title given to the almighty Renan ruler. So which one is it?
Whoever wins the crown contest inherits the throne from his or her predecessor, before becoming ruler over all of Rena and Lenegis. Thereafter, that individual is known as the Sovereign. Though, it would appear that the current ruler has gone silent. As for how Volron factors into all this, at this point, I no longer know what to believe.
3 centuries ago, I became the Sovereign here on Lenegis. No, not just became, I was forced to. Me, a Dahnan. 300 years later, we cross paths with Volron, who also bears the Sovereign's crest. That's not the only thing we have in common. We both became Sovereign without winning the crown contest.
Do you think Volron was made sovereign for the same reason? Because of that ceremony?
I can't say for sure, but it certainly sounds like it.
But that would mean that 2 sovereigns would need to exist at any one time. One whose job it is to rule, and the other for ceremonial purposes. We never did see Volron's body back in Ganath Haros. Is a new ceremony underway with Volron at its center this time? Could that be what's causing all this strange activity here?
Wait a second. You don't think Volron and the Red Woman are working together, do you? The ceremony can't go forward without the Renis Alma. The same one that the Red Woman stole.
There's something else the ceremony needs. A maiden. And unless there's another one out there aside from me...
Questions, questions, and yet more questions. Ones that it seems will remain unanswered, until we can establish the Sovereign's identity.
If the Forbidden Zone really is off-limits to everyone but the Sovereign, that seems as good a place as any to start. For the sake of liberating Dana, too.
Then it's decided. That's where we need to go.
One of the citizens mentioned a passage that she thought might lead to another section of the city. It could point us in the right direction. Let's go find it! I didn't realize Renan suppressed their own
And yet, weirdly, none of them seemed...
It is the way things have always been, so no one...
Unquestioning acceptance of your own servitude.
Even so, the quality of life here seems much higher than any... I used to think it was impossible to build an ideal society without wealth.
More to the point, not a single...
What if she's not here? What if
It's still too early to say anything for sure.
For all we know, she might be able to blend in, move around unnoticed. I say we hold up...
Tell me, Dohalim.
And what skill would...
You know, when you're talking to people around town.
I'm afraid I don't
I do. It's called friendly intimidation. Look imposing and speak in a deep, booming voice, and presto, you'll have people wrapped around...
I would never stoop to such scandalous tricks. Any feelings of intimidation are solely in the eye of...
So there is a knack to it!
Now you've got me curious.
Let's see. An obsession with being elegant is a must. Oh, and it helps to be...
If you've a bone to pick with me, it'd be quicker to just...
What? They look up to you, that...
Hey! What's got into Al...
I can barely understand a word they're saying. And what's with the weird poses? Was it something they ate?
I hope you're willing to take the blame for this one.
I wasn't expecting them to take me so seriously. I'll go and have a word with them.
With nobody left to run the show. I mean, there's sovereigns up on the Renan homeworld.
But Dohalim...
Only current acting lords have power.
Even if the other lords were still around, I doubt they'd...
I wonder what they'd think if they were here. Balsif, Cannibal... Now that I think of it, aside from Dohalim, we know next to nothing about the other...
Well, yeah, why would we? To us Dahnans, they were just enemies.
I know. But seeing Renans in their own city, going about their day-to-day life.
It feels strange to imagine the Lord...
Yeah.
If you're that curious about them, why not try and... Every lord in their household has their share of... And luckily for us, the people here are unaware of the events on...
Yes! Yes!
Falstaff had it in him to care about someone other than himself? Really?
It's possible. A change in position can do much to alter one's perspective.
So even he might have had something he wanted to protect.
I guess she intended to spread it throughout all of Lenegis then.
Good thing the lines were down so she couldn't.
It almost sounded like she was praising them, too.
Maybe there was more to the guy than at first glance.
I shall refrain from commenting.
What?
Ganabelt was so horrible to people, yet he was invested in helping Rena succeed. Doesn't that seem just a little inconsistent?
I'm perhaps biased in this matter, I admit. However, in my mind, while all lords vie to become the next sovereign, they're also meant to serve as guardians of all of Rena.
It seems like Ganabelt also had people he cared about until the very end.
So why couldn't he extend that to us Danans?
This area doesn't look as badly damaged as that other district we went through.
Indeed.
Pardon me.
I guess her willingness to stoop to any low came from a survival of the fittest worldview.
And some people here not only shared her belief, but championed it as morally right too.
That doesn't make it true. Too bad they couldn't see through her.
Yeah.
Ridiculous. Okay. Ah!
It seems like the people on Lenegis don't really know much about Volron either.
I remember being quite surprised when the Lord of Ganath Haros changed so abruptly.
Didn't you have any doubts that something suspicious was going on?
On the contrary. Remember, we Renans are raised to accept everything at face value.
When you think about it, the families of Renan lords must see them differently than the rest of us.
Yeah, despite the brutality they're known for.
They must have had a lot on their shoulders, carrying all the weight and responsibilities of Renan society.
Renans live in a world where strength and power determine their position in the social hierarchy, so they tend to grow up fiercely competitive. But their loyalty to their people is also strong. It's what brings them together against outside forces, and nothing exemplifies that more than the Lords.
That's what makes them the guardians of all of Rena, so to speak.
Right. It's the same reason Balsif hated my guts, and Ganabelt went after you. Because we're threats to Rena.
Guess that makes you an even bigger oddball than we thought.
So, Alphen, have you gained anything from all of this?
Yeah. I think it's made me realize that the Lords were all people, too. Balsif and the others, they all had their own circumstances to deal with as they went through life.
Yeah, but still, just because they had loved ones in their lives doesn't mean...
I know. What they did was horrible. I'm not trying to dispute that. But at the same time, they weren't incomprehensible monsters either. They were individuals, just like the rest of us. So I guess what I'm trying to say is...
You're saying that they weren't bad because they were Renans, or because they were terrible monsters. Even if they did terrible things, they were still just people.
Rinwell.
Am I wrong?
Not at all.
Being a Dahnan doesn't make you a good person. And being a Renan doesn't make you a bad one. I think that's something we've all seen.
Xion and Dohalim definitely make a good case for it.
And I'm going to keep doing my best to make sure I earn that trust. As a fellow human being above all else.
There's something I just don't get.
What is it?
The crown contest itself has always gone ahead as planned, right? In which case, the current Sovereign of Rena should be whoever it was that won the previous contest.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So, who was it then?
Hanfrikt Milgras, the former Lord of Cyslodia, if memory serves.
So then this Hanfrikt whatchamacallem, he's the current ruler of Rena?
The last I heard, yes. Though, admittedly, I haven't actually seen him since the end of the previous contest.
You're saying that ever since becoming Sovereign, he's never actually shown himself on Lenegis?
I guess over Holocom maybe, but not in the flesh. Same thing goes for the Sovereign that came before him.
Now that you mention it, I don't recall anyone ever visiting Lenegis from the Motherland, Sovereign or otherwise.
And that never struck you as a little bit odd?
When you live here, it's as if you're conditioned not to notice all these strange quirks and discrepancies. The question is then, by whom? And to what end?
A new Renis Alma is supposedly created to coincide with every crown contest, meaning each victor is awarded their very own. In other words, if that's true, there should be as many of the things out there as there have been contests.
True, but Going on what we witnessed in Pelegion, it didn't look like the sort of thing that could be made to order. But if even the victor's speeches have been part of some grand deception, then where are they? Quite frankly, I'm not even sure what to believe anymore.
You and me both. Though we are Renan by blood, neither of us even knew that such a thing as a Dark Master Core existed, remember?
With any luck, the Forbidden Zone might give us some answers.
No use standing around here chatting about it then. Let's get a move on.
Doe?
Faria.
Varia? Isn't that the person that Avakir guy was...
But why are you here? Wait. Don't tell me you've given up on the crown contest and come crawling back home from Dana already. Nothing to say? Even though you were willing to kill Tarnagin to secure your position as Lord, you still...
Kill?
I'm here to take care of something. If you wish to continue this conversation, I only ask that you wait until I'm finished.
Oh, of course. You always did prefer to take the coward's way out. Even after 7 years and living on that Danon rock, you haven't changed one bit. But let me tell you, I haven't changed either. Not a day's gone by the past 7 years that I haven't hated you.
If killing me will bring you peace, then so be it.
Dohalim, what the hell are you saying?
First, I have business to take care of. If it's vengeance you seek, I will grant you it. But you must wait. My sins are legion. Let me finish what I came to do. Then you have my word. I will let you do whatever brings you peace.
Sure, that's it. Run away like always. You don't even have the courage to die. No wonder you leave it to someone else. You're just a coward!
Dohalim.
I apologize that you had to witness that.
Is it true? What she said about you killing someone?
Each of us have our pasts. I am no exception.
Before, back in Menancia, you mentioned having taken a friend's life over the throne. Is that what she meant?
The mistakes I made there were not my first, and may not be my last. I will say no more.
Did you mean what you said? About letting her take your life if she wanted to?
She has more right to my life than anyone.
But you can't just...
Whatever happens, I have sworn to put an end to the crown contest, and to ensure continued coexistence in Menancia. I have no intention of expiring before I do so. There are far too many questions I still seek answers to. Besides, you have just as much reason to kill me as she does.
Dohalim!
Forgive me. Some things are best left unsaid.
I can't wait to start making our meal.
Ooh, are we having something new to eat?
Yep, now that we have all the ingredients.
Wow, this place is beautiful.
Yeah, it must be some sort of rest and leisure area for the locals.
You think? Man, these Renan sure know how to live it up, don't they?
Is something the matter, Dohalim?
Before I went down to Dana, my friends and I, we used to gather at this very spot and play music together. Avakir, Faria, and Tarnagin. That was a lifetime ago now.
Tarnagin. He was the one that Faria mentioned, right?
He was once my dearest, closest friend. As well as Faria's betrothed. Despite Faria's lower-class upbringing, she possesses a tremendous talent for music. Entranced by her playing, I helped her overcome her sense of inferiority and introduced her to Tarnagin and Avakir. It was a time of great joy. 4 people bound only by their love of music, with no care for social standing. Only the next song, the next melody.
A friendship based on mutual respect, and a society where everyone is a prisoner to their social class. You really are different, Dohalim.
I suppose it's natural you would see it as strange.
I would have, once. Now, I think the idea of breaking away from society's constraints and choosing your friends based solely on affection is something beautiful that's worth cherishing. Besides, it was that way of looking at the world that laid the foundations for coexistence in Menancia.
Your praise does me too great an honor. I was merely following the wishes of my own heart. And even then, it only lasted until the crown contest began. After that, Tarnagin and I became fierce competitors for the position of Lord. Tarnagin had fallen for Faria. By becoming Lord, he aimed to wrest her from her humble origins and raise her to the highest echelons of society. But fate was not so benevolent.
What happened?
Tarnagin was no match for me in combat. On a level playing field, he wouldn't have stood a chance. But he was desperate and low on options, and he couldn't stand the thought of defeat.
You mean he resorted to dirty tactics to try to win, right? But then why does Faria think... Wait, don't tell me she doesn't know.
How could I tell her? Combined with the trauma of losing her beloved, and by her friend's hand, no less. She would have been devastated.
So instead you let her go on hating you, so she could use that hate as a crutch for her grief?
That's not the same as running away, though.
It is exactly the same. Unable to face the loss of my friend and the burden of my duty, instead I decried my fate and looked away from what I'd done. As for what happened after, that you already know.
But if you hadn't become Lord, Menancia wouldn't be what it is now. The Danans there would still be suffering under Renan oppression like before.
Shion's right. What other lord would have treated me as you did? Anyone else and I would have been dead long ago. You've saved so many people, Dohalim. You saved me. It's thanks to you that I'm here today. So, try not to blame yourself. The burden you've placed on your own shoulders is too much for anyone to bear.
Frank as always. But I shall do my best to heed your advice.
Do you think he'll be all right?
Yeah, I think so. He's got Kisara.
It's important to have someone like that.
I didn't realize how difficult it is just to be there for someone.
Sometimes just knowing someone's on your side can be enough. And he knows, Xion. I promise he does.
I hope you're right. Alphen.
Yeah?
I never appreciated until recently just how much you were always there to support me.
It goes both ways. You've helped me keep going more times than I can count.
Maybe. I still wanted to... Thank you.
I see a medic and supply officer over there. If they know you're with me, they'll likely offer their assistance.
Damn it! Lenegis soldiers!
Any way we can avoid fighting them?
That all depends on them. Whatever happens, be ready.
Well, so much for them not wanting to fight.
Oh! I am Lord Dohalim of Elden Menastia. I command you.
Threat to the city must be erased.
No. Have they been brainwashed too?
Brainwashed or not, if they want to fight, they've got one.
Go away! All right,
The enemy wields axe too.
We'll soon see about that!
He's dead! I'm on the wall now!
Here's evil!
Right up the big blast!
Its armor's too strong.
Split it open!
Be my guest.
Take the arrow! Eat him!
Acceleration wave!
Eat dirt! Look sharp! Here's the ball!
Swallow blade!
Get toasty!
Burn strike! Too slow! Guardian field! Armor won't save you!
My teeth!
This one's mine!
Double demon fang!
Crush! Make it rain!
Evil frozen!
Hammer!
Those soldiers seem different from this...
Yeah, they weren't big talkers.
They weren't in the least bit fazed by...
Indeed. And yet, traditionally, Lenegis hasn't been high on...
Their glazed-over eyes reminded me of the soldiers and slaves we met back in
I've never seen anything like...
Maybe someone doesn't want us here.
What with the Red Woman, the Sovereign, and Volron, they're starting to develop...
Hey, what do you say we fight?
Don't get careless!
Eat this!
Don't tell me!
Get out of this! Take that! Flaming meteor! Inferno!
These ones can run rings around us!
Give me a fist crumble! Just getting started! Light up the dark! I'm on fire! First strike!
Annihilation! Tyranny!
Too fast!
Stand back! I'll shoot it up!
Hear my call! I'll finish you here and now! Ignite! Take blue! Oh, too shy to come over?
Now, into group!
In a bind? Devastation!
Freeze Lancer!
Hurricane Spike! Hurricane!
Downfall!
Make it rain! Eternal chill!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
I know fine weapon material when I see it.
It'll be... Breeze. Get in, get out! That's enough! I'll smash you! You could use... I'm on it!
As if the normal creepy crawlies aren't disgusting enough.
Flaming meteor!
Searing
Watch it! Poison Wyvern! Flaming meteor! Now I'm in the groove! Guardian Field!
Mega Ray! Searing Flame! Reload!
Talon Hurricane!
Annihilation!
Look sharp! What's
Hurricane
this?
Spike! Gemini Alpha!
Anything in armor is all mine! Light up the dark!
That's
spot! Raining Bird! I'm on it!
Heavy!
The power of light! You can use a hand! Hurricane! Rising Phoenix! Eat this! All good things come to an end! Dragon Swarm! Guardian Field! Armor won't save you! Explosive on a roll now! I'm ready! In a bind? This one's mine! Hurricane! Beast Assault! Take the win! I'm just getting started! Ready to go! Dragon Swarm!
I never miss!
Sonic Thrust! Talon Storm! Guardian Field! I'm on it!
Charge like that could easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop it! Dust to dust!
Here's the evil!
Take the wave!
Hurricane Freeze Lancer!
I'm on it! You picked the wrong fight! Talon Storm!
First aid!
Guardian Field! You could use a hand! Sword Rain Alpha!
Annihilation!
Raining Fire!
Flame!
Demon Blade! Beast Assault! Take this!
Healing
Their
Blow!
arcs were interrupted!
Revolution!
Demon
Tornado
Blade!
Blast! Back into the fray!
Sword Rain Fire!
Lightning!
I'll smash you! Guardian Field!
Here's the healing arc! First aid!
Time to let it rip! Sonic Thrust! That's enough! Was all
Laser
mine!
Spear! Here's evil!
Denied! Dragon Swarm! Now I'm in the groove! Ignite! Dragon Swarm! I'm on it! Sword Rain Alpha! Light up the dark! Still!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
That was a little close for comfort.
I won't forgive you! That'll bring you down!
Watch it!
Watch the eye!
Bring him down! Anything in armor is all mine! You've been snelling to me. Yeah! And bubbling to me! All I'm on! Last minute, you hear it now! Number win! Take the arrow! Here goes! Double demon fire! Formation wave! Fire support! Guardian field! Alright, I'll finish you here and now! Guardian field! I'm ready to go! Just return! I'm ready to go!
Astral Arts?
That's my cue.
Shut him down!
Make it rain!
All yours, Kisara.
Back to the fray!
In a vine?
I'll take you all on! Ha! Flame the Molotov! Make it rain!
This ends now.
Consider yourself finished!
You're wide open! The power of the sword! I'm ready to go! Let the marksman handle it!
Mirage!
Do it! Go for it! Prepare to crumble!
Nice. No scratches on my shield or my armor.
Gone!
Now you'll learn!
Where are you going? Bloody!
A showdown between blade and fist! Death Blossom! You're mine! Talon Storm! Someone win! I'll finish you here and now! Demon Burn! Damn it! This one's mine! Storm! Watch it!
Explosion! Hear me! Flame of fury!
Kisara!
Go for it!
Prepare to crumble! Faster!
In a vine?
Here! On guard! Glacial Spear!
Here's the evil!
Rising One! I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous Claw! Make it rain! Gion!
Get toasty!
Bird Strike!
Everybody okay?
We're all right, Alphen.
Those soldiers don't seem to have any qualms about attacking.
Dawn! First strike! That's enough! There! Power of light!
I owe you one.
I'm on! Demon Fang! Sword!
Finish without a trace!
Time to cross blade!
Hurricane! Glimmer Drake!
Watch this!
Burn! Guardian Field! Just getting started! I'm ready to go!
You picked the wrong fight!
I'm ready to go!
Take this!
Finish without a trace!
Double demon fang!
I'm ready to go!
Primed and ready!
No further!
First dragon!
Here,
Where are you going?
Demon
Time
fang!
to shine! Go away!
here's the healing
Hurricane!
First aid!
Hey, Bolero!
This one keeps recharging us!
That's what my shield's for. Get behind me.
Good! I'll leave it to you!
Beast of Storm!
By the power
Ignite!
of flame! Finish without a trace!
Watch this!
Double demon fang! Demon fang!
Hurricane!
Explosion! Burning strike! Water, hear my call! Glacial Spear!
I can carve through armor! Take this!
Inferno
Demon
Crossing!
fang!
Healing
Double
circle!
demon fang! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno! Wind!
Eat this!
Devastation!
Now I'm in the
Rising
groove!
Falcon! First strike! Explosive ring!
Crumble! Dust to dust! Sword up!
Magna Ray!
Shield on!
Rising Wyvern!
On a roll now!
Mirage! Dragon Form!
Take this!
Glacial Spear! Here's evil!
Take Bolero!
Look up in the sky!
Awesome! Lightning Strike! Storm!
Portal Blade!
Beast Assault!
Double demon fang!
Hurricane!
Demon fang!
This one's mine! Inferno Crossing! Fantastic! Now my clothes are ruined. Leave this!
Armor won't save you!
Radiant light! Here!
I'm on it!
Rising Wyvern!
Do it! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Does anyone else think this may be just a bit too tough for...
I'll do my best! First strike! Can't get out of this! The flame inside me!
It's like trying to keep up with a wolf!
You picked the wrong fight! Talent Storm! This one's mine! Here I come!
This one's mine!
I'm on a roll now! I finished it!
Let me help!
Talent Hurricane! All yours, Kisara! Prepare to be sealed! Talent Storm!
Flame of fury!
Now I'm in the groove!
Here's the evil!
First strike! Take Bolero! Glimmer Dragon! You're mine! I'm on! Try this!
Ready!
Explosive
Do
Ray!
it! Confiscated! Here's a
I'll
healing
end
arc.
you!
Great
These fists have got your name on them! I owe you one! Talent Storm! All mine! Swallow Blade! Big Blast! Rising Wyvern! I'm ready to go! Force Blast!
Healing circle!
I owe you one! I'll crush you! Lightning Reflexes! Tenebrous Claw! Faster! Talent Storm!
Corruption!
There!
First! By the
I'm on!
power of
Double
Lord!
Demon Fang!
Let's do it! Inferno!
Well! Demons Descend! Flashing Fang!
Let's keep our eyes on the prize.
That's no ordinary enemy I see.
Looks like trouble with Cavern Teeth.
Not together! We've got this!
You got it.
I'm ready to go! Rising Wyvern! Soaring Light! I'm going in! Engaging! Dragon War!
Now you see what I can do.
Where are you going?
Talent Storm! Release! I'm on a roll now! Eat this!
Here goes!
Rising Freaking does it! Rising Wyvern! Eat dirt! Talent Storm!
Guardian Field!
Rising Wyvern! Soaring Light!
Listen! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Here,
You're wide open! Rising Wyvern! I could do without this pain! Double Demon Fang!
You shouldn't have messed with me.
I'm on it!
You could use a hand.
Now I'm in the groove to be let
I'll crush you! Lightning Reflexes! Tenebrous Claw!
Here's a healing
I'm gone!
Igneous
Now! Double Leap! Hey! Blow them away!
Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright...
It's on! I see one, eh? This one's mine!
Radiant, here!
Look sharp! Talent Storm!
I'm the true gunslinger around here.
Alright!
Let me help.
Eat this! Alright!
Cover won't save you! Now in the groove!
The power of Soaring Alpha!
Hear my call.
Make it rain!
This ends now.
Consider yourself finished!
Glacier
Now,
Field.
I'm on
Here's
Soaring
the
Alpha!
Hurricane.
Lightning Strike! Glimmer Dragon! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno! Kisara! Commander of Heaven! Phoenix Cyclops! Now! You're mine! There you are!
Hurricane
Inferno! Dragon! Kisara! All yours, Kisara! We're not finished! Shade! Dragon form! Burn! Evil assault! I'm finished it! This one's got your name on it!
Action to action!
Onward and upward.
This must be it. The entrance to the Forbidden Zone.
But it's just a wall. How do we get through?
Whoa, we? I thought this was Sovereigns only.
Alphen.
Yes! It opened!
Interesting. If Alphen's presence still opens the way, it would seem the Sovereign of 3 centuries ago and now are considered one and the same.
What?
What the?
Alphen.
You again.
Tomorrow's the spirit channeling ceremony. We'll finally play our parts as the Sovereign and Maiden. How have you been feeling?
What am I sovereign of? Shuffled from lab to lab, always treated like an experiment. Whenever they look at me, all they see is a Dahnan. I don't even know what their precious ceremony's for, let alone what they're going to force me to do as the Sovereign. Tell me, if we're both in the same boat, why do you seem so calm right now?
No choice. Becoming the Maiden's not something I wanted for myself. But they said Rena's prosperity depended on it. How could I say no after that?
Still, as a Renan, at least you got to decide. Good for you. Meanwhile, I was taken from my homeland. You aren't the captive one here.
It isn't right what they did to you, and I'm sorry for what it's worth. When this is over, I swear I'll help you get home. I can't do this alone. One more day.
How could I say no to that? It's not like I have any choice in the matter anyway. So, what's your name?
It's Naori. Naori Imeris. Try to remember this time.
You don't act like them. Like the other Renans, I mean. How come you treat me like a person?
Because you are. It's true we come from different worlds. But neither one of us asked to be here right now. In that sense, you and I are much the same. We couldn't do this. We wouldn't be able to talk to each other as people if we didn't see the humanity in each other. So I suppose the question you should be asking is, why wouldn't I treat you like one?
You're not like the others.
Maybe they're not like me.
Here's what we'll do. We give them their damn ceremony. You get me to Dahna. That'll be the end of it. I'm taking you at your word on this. I'm trusting you, not them. Naori.
What the hell just happened?
That vision. Did everyone else see it too?
That person Alphen was speaking to. She looked exactly like Shion.
It was Naori. Naori Imeris. Isn't that right?
Yeah, that's right.
She really does look like Shion. I'm beginning to see why Alphen was so confused.
That's all very well and fine, but what did we just witness exactly? It was too real to be a mere hallucination.
It was a conversation we had 300 years ago. The night before the ceremony.
You mean all of that really happened? We just saw an episode straight out of your past?
But how is that even possible? Unless... Could this be the Red Woman's handiwork too?
No, I don't think so.
Why not?
You guys didn't feel it? The moment the entrance opened, it was like a stream of Dahnan astral energy rushing over us.
I felt it too. And not for the first time either. It was the same sensation as back inside the wedge.
That would make sense. After all, vast amounts of Dana's astral energy were being siphoned and sent up here to Lenegis. For all we know, perhaps we're close to the spot where all that energy was stored.
So you think it might have been the energy itself that was responsible for that vision we just saw? But how? And why?
We have no way of knowing. Maybe it's not even as deliberate as all that.
Shion, you okay?
Yeah. It was all just a little sudden. That's all. So that was my ancestor, huh? It was like looking into a mirror.
Yeah, there certainly is a resemblance.
What about you? How are you holding up?
Me?
Even putting aside the question of where that vision came from, it's likely we'll see more of those. Reliving painful episodes from your past. Do you think you can handle it?
I can't just pretend like the past never happened. Besides, if it helps us uncover the truth of what that ceremony really was, it might also lead to answers about your thorns.
Alphen.
That's not all. This whole time, we've been fighting to free Dana from the Renans. But now that we're here, it seems those same Renans might have it just as bad. I'd like to liberate them too if I can. Which is just another reason I can't afford to shield my eyes from the truth.
Whether you're on Dana or somewhere else, you always stay the same. Your indignation and righteous passion, your desire to free and protect, they're all hardwired into you. Not that I'm complaining. Come on, let's bust this thing wide open.
Nobody's here.
Stay sharp. After that last illusion, there's no telling what could happen in here.
Faria, how did you get in here?
Wait, something about her isn't right.
What's wrong with her? She doesn't even seem to know where she is.
Yeah, you're right. She looks just like the soldiers we encountered outside.
A summoning?
But that's preposterous. She never had that kind of power when—
We can talk later. Here it comes!
What? I've never known Faria to control Zoogles like that before.
How about with a stone that looks suspiciously like a master sword?
What the? Where did she get her hands on that?
First we handle the Zoogles, then we get some answers.
Water! Hear my call!
Just getting started!
Fred! That'll bring you down!
Alright!
Double Demon Press!
Alright!
Let me at it!
Demon Press! Double Demon Press!
Appreciate the help!
Apollo punch! The power of light! Take Bolero!
Alright!
Let me at him!
Do it!
Glacial spear! Here Freeze Lancer!
First strike! Shockwave strike!
Anything in armor is all mine! One's mine!
Eternal devastation!
I can carve through... What's this?
Double demon fang!
Here's the
First strike!
Will this help?
I'm on it!
Off my fist! Wyvern! Here, let me die!
See what happened there as you crossed me. Shouldn't have done.
Charge like that could easily be fatal.
Just as well
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
Here's a healing arc!
Can't get out. This!
Mega Ray! Another
Sword Light Spear! Everlasting you picked the wrong fight! Negative gate! Ready and ready! Sword Rain Alpha! Try this!
Slide Assault!
Splendid Blast!
It's weakened!
Dragon Swarm! This ends now!
Healing Circle!
Dragon Swarm!
Hear me! Flame of Fury!
I'm not done!
Sorry,
You do the same for me.
Take this!
Demon Knight! Here!
Try harder! Here I come!
breath of life.
Flaming
Heal my
Meteor!
weary
Be
companion.
still! Infernal Light Spear!
Down! You're all
Take this!
Take this!
Do it! Lunar Arc!
Totally!
In an instant!
Impact Block!
How about this? To the
Dragon Swarm!
Dance on the wind!
On your explosive ring! I'm not done! This one's all mine!
Wits about you, people! Crescent Moon!
I owe you there!
Light up the dark! This one's mine! You could use a hand!
Benediction light.
I'm not done!
Switch it off!
Flying Light Spear! Lunar Rocket!
Right!
Stardust!
Lunar Crescent Moon!
Rising Phoenix! Take this! I'm not done!
Take this!
I don't feel so hot.
You should sit this one out there.
And miss all the fun. No way.
I'm not done! Sword Rain out! Super Swallow! Watch it! Swallow Blade! Too slow!
Recover!
Talon Storm! Double Demon Fang! Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang!
Strike! Far enough! Annihilation! Hear me! Burning Strike!
Demon Fang!
Strike! Hurricane Storm! Here's the
Demon
Eagle!
Fang!
On a roll now!
This time!
I'm ready to go!
Anything in armor is all mine!
First Light up the dark!
Not today!
I got you! I'm almost impressed!
Our praise is coming from you.
I said almost. Don't get carried away.
Dragon Block!
Here's the Eagle! Coward
Here's
Hurricane!
Rising Wyvern!
Hurricane Strike!
Pierce through! Swallow Blade!
Healing Circle! This one's mine! Guardian!
Get attack!
Right, watch out! Not in your dreams! Laser Spear! Pierce the Eagle!
You make me angry. That was a bad idea.
Not my finest!
Come on! You have to
The flaming lightning! Yours! Be let free! Alright! I'll finish you here and now!
Their arcs were
I need to carve through armor!
I'm
Here
ready
I
to
go!
go.
Rising Wyvern! Now in the group! Eagle Fang! Double Demon Fang!
Denied!
Almost! Faster! Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang! Can't move!
Don't leave me!
With the Twin Concussion!
Thankful Arrow! Lightning Meteor!
Shattering Hurricane Sin! Attack time!
Arc Seal! I'll heal you! I can't heal you forever!
Armor won't save you! Finish it! To finish it!
Get toasty!
Burn Strike! Now it's just her!
Faria! Can you hear me? Faria!
She's preparing another summoning!
The art she's casting is way too powerful to control. At this rate, her body won't be able to take much more.
Dohalim!
Forgive me.
Man, I thought we were goners.
Everything okay?
Yes. She's only unconscious.
Not her. I meant you.
Shion, please. Can you treat her?
I can try, but I can't promise she'll be back to her real self when she wakes up. All I can do is heal her physically.
We're not even supposed to be in here. Maybe it'd be better if we moved her to somewhere a little safer. Don't you think?
In that case...
I'll take her off your hands.
You? Avakir, what are you doing here?
I was curious what you were up to, so I took the liberty of following you to find out. I overheard what you said about Tarnagin, about how he really died. I'm sorry, I had no idea.
And you believed me? What makes you so sure I wasn't lying?
I like to think I know you a little better than that, Dohalim. Give me some credit. I'll take Faria. Leave her with me. I know better than to ask what you're up to. But whatever it is, I hope it all works out.
Thank you.
He seems like a good friend.
He hasn't changed. He never was one to stand out. Instead, he was always hanging back, worrying about everyone else. As for Faria, it's always the closest to me who get hurt.
You don't seriously blame yourself for what happened to her, do you?
Somebody got to her, to strike back at me. Someone who knew me well enough to know that I'd hesitate to fight back. And the same goes for you as well. Neither you nor Faria would have lost loved ones, if it wasn't for me.
You're wrong. Kelzelik was the one who killed my brother, under orders from Almeidrea. As for Tarnagin, if it weren't for the crown contest, he'd still be alive. That and the whole damn hierarchy that makes it possible. But that's why we're fighting. To put an end to this whole messed up system that treats people as expendable.
Indeed. Ridding society of this blight is really the only way I know how to atone for my sins.
You can't atone, Dohalim. I know it hurts to hear, but those people are dead. No amount of soul-searching or trying to make amends is going to change that. Forgiveness, acceptance, those ships have sailed.
So I just forget the harm I caused?
No, the opposite, in fact. You remember, you never forget. You keep it in your heart always. And then you go on living. Not for those already passed, but for those still alive.
For those still alive.
Kisara's right. So long as we've still got breath in our bodies, we can make a difference in the lives of others. Lives being the operative word.
That's what living's all about. Being able to still make a difference. Punishing yourself for the past won't make the pain of your conscience go away.
Only fixing the problem in its stead. Is that what you're saying?
That's right. You have to live for tomorrow, Dohalim, not for yesterday. And not only that, you need to live for yourself, and for the change that you still can be.
I shall try.
Don't forget, we've still got a mystery to solve. The Forbidden Zone, remember?
Shion.
Huh?
Thank you. You have my deepest...
Glad to be of service.
I'm glad we could stop Faria without hurting her.
You all did much for her as well. I'm most grateful.
What is it, Rinwell? Do you hear something again?
Yeah. It's that voice.
The will of Dana's astral energy.
What? There's so much astral energy. But where's it all coming from? It's almost like it's alive.
That was the spirit channeling ceremony just now. No, it was more than that.
What the hell was that? It felt like everything was on the brink of... like the whole world was seconds from...
Oblivion. It's the same vision as the one my thorns show me. A vision of impenetrable darkness that swallows up us and everything else.
An empty void. A nothing so complete and dominating that there aren't even words to describe it. The end of time.
The visions of the apocalypse you've been seeing. If I'd known how bad they were,
So, everything we just saw, those were Naori's memories, right?
That's right. It was as if her innermost thoughts were speaking directly to us. At least I know they weren't mine.
That power flowing into her, it reminds me of Shionne's thorns. If they're what's responsible for all these visions she's been having, then maybe...
Maybe my thorns are made from that same astral energy?
If that is the case, we just found the missing link between your thorns and what happened here 3 centuries ago. No, more than a link. Perhaps even the very heart of the matter.
I've never felt astral energy so powerful. What was that?
If it's the same energy your thorns are made of, it must be dark astral energy, right? And isn't that something only Renans have?
Correct. Dark astral energy is possessed by Renans alone.
And when enough astral energy gathers together, it develops its own form of sentience. If so, maybe that complete oblivion is exactly what the Renan astral energy's will is wishing for. But why?
I don't know. Will can be a pretty vague thing to nail down. It's more of a feeling, just like the will of Dana.
But the will of Dana is made up of astral energy too, right? And if that's what's been showing us these visions... I don't know, should we really be getting so involved with this thing?
Dana's will would never want oblivion.
But you can't say that for sure.
Cut it out, you two. Squabbling over theories will get us nowhere.
Let's keep moving. If it's Dana's will showing us these memories, then I'm as clueless about its motives as any one of us. But if it could lead us to the truth, then I want to find out more.
Shionne's right. All we can do is keep going. If these really are Naori's memories we're watching, there could be truths in them I was never aware of. And I think they may be the kinds of truths I need to confront if we're going to keep fighting.
I'm sorry about what I said earlier. Come on, let's go.
Finally, we begin to understand.
Do you think Faria was really...
Certainly seemed that way.
The same person who's
brainwashed or otherwise. The feeling...
Someone used her because they knew we'd hold back. If that's not playing dirty...
It does tell us one thing at least. Someone here in Lenegis is watching.
There's no question. That attack was meant for us...
by someone capable of getting inside a person.
That vision we saw.
What do you make of it?
Maybe it's trying to tell it.
Well, it could be supernatural. You know, like seeing...
That's your grand theory?
Wait. What if a person's thoughts and deeds were to somehow become and what if those with a connection could then...
You think that's what it was? Some kind of message?
I am merely entertaining the possibility. Whether it was...
Okay, back up a sec. You're saying that if a place is full...
More to the point, how does that much astral energy...
Whatever it was, it survived here intact for 300...
The strength of their intent. Soon, we might very well learn I have to be ready to face anything. Whatever happens. I just need a little... Soon, I have to be ready to face undetermined... Hold up, you guys.
What is it?
I want to look through that room over there. Curious what we'll find.
That's the room you visited in your past, right? Sure. We can check it out. This looks like some kind of research facility.
A laboratory secreted away in the Forbidden Zone. Why am I past being surprised at this point?
Looks pretty deserted.
Let's check it out. It might give us a new lead.
For the people of Lenegis, the Forbidden Zone is the stuff of dreams. Yet here I am, standing within its hallowed halls.
It's off limits even for lords, then? Talk about an exclusive club.
Being exclusive is one thing, but how many important facilities let in only the Sovereign? Doesn't that seem a little strange?
Strange doesn't cover it. If it was only one room, maybe. But a place on this scale? How did they keep it from falling into ruin? Whoever the Sovereign is, they can't manage the upkeep of this whole place themselves.
Did no one ever talk about it when you were growing up?
No, not that I can remember. Then again, Sovereigns and Forbidden Zones weren't exactly breakfast table conversations.
The Forbidden Zone is a hallowed place, at one with the Sovereign's authority, grounds of the one true ruler who presides over all Renans. That is what we believed this place to be. No, what we were made to believe it was. But now, it is finally time to discover this area's true purpose, and why it was kept hidden behind the scenes for so long. I think I can make this work.
Well, can you make head or tail of it?
These are experiment records by the looks of it. Reams of them, dating back hundreds of years. Let's see. A composite being capable of controlling Dahnan astral energy so as to convert its molecular and elemental makeup. The creation of a governing central figure taking the form of a Dahnan. Codename Sovereign.
Sovereign?
Wait, there's more. Research into utilizing force field crystals for the purpose of stable astral energy containment. That must be the Master Cores. With all this raw data, there's bound to be records here somewhere about the Maiden and the Lords, too.
About the Lords? Why would they be on there?
Think about it. The Lord's crests are clearly of a piece with those of both the Sovereign and the Maiden. Not to mention the fact that the contenders to the crown are selected from otherwise regular Renan citizens. In other words, it may be that all Renans are unwittingly being made subject to some kind of grand scheme.
What about the Sovereign? Does it say anything else?
Where do I start? All I've read so far is the headlines. There's so much here. To sift through all of it would require specialized... Wait.
What is it? Did you find something?
It's a list of names, with the title, Test Subjects, Sovereign. It's your call.
Read it.
There must be dozens of test subjects listed here. Hundreds even. All of them failures. Wait, I think I've found one that was successful. Test subject number 1273. Ethnicity, NA. Unique Adjustment Index, Generation, NA. Given name, Alphen.
They've re-engineered me. Right here in this lab.
Alphen.
It's fine, really. What about the others? Was I the only one?
Test subject number 10105. Ethnicity, NA. Unique Adjustment Index, Generation, NA. Given name, Volron.
Volron? But that means...
He's only Sovereign because someone made him that way too.
He's the last one. In 3 centuries worth of records, you and Volron are the only 2 subjects on whom the experiment was a success.
But what about the winners of the crown contests? Does this mean that none of them were ever crowned Sovereign after all?
Upon victory, the Sovereign shall return to Rena and rule over Rena and Lenegis combined. When a new Sovereign is decided, the outgoing monarch shall relinquish their post and live out the rest of their days on Rena. So we were told. But according to these records, there have only ever been 2 Sovereigns, neither of whom had anything to do with the crown contest. It's all lies, including the part about the Sovereign residing in Rena. The crown contest was never about deciding a new ruler. It must always have been devised for some other purpose.
But even supposing that's true, someone must have been in charge for the past 3 centuries, right? If it wasn't the Sovereign, then who was it?
Crown contests have been held this whole time, in spite of the fact that there was already a Sovereign. Me. Meaning that for the past 300 years, someone out there has to have been maintaining that lie. The same person I'm willing to bet is behind all this.
The Red Woman?
It's possible. But that doesn't necessarily mean she's the mastermind behind this scheme. She could be working for someone else. Someone back on the Renan homeworld.
Either way, it's fair to say she's definitely involved somehow.
What about the data records? Is there no other information that could help us?
Not that I can see. Just file upon file of experiment results. There's nothing here about who's behind all this, or what their endgame is, unfortunately. I've barely managed to scratch the surface, mind you. You won't be able to read through it all, but you're welcome to take a look through what you can, while we're here.
I'll do that.
So this is where Alphen became the Sovereign. And Volron as well. The significance of this location would suggest...
Hey, it looks like the terminals in here turned on too.
We should look through them. They might contain valuable...
Only 2 Sovereigns. So why has the experiment only succeeded twice? Was there really no other way? Or could there be some other reason?
Dohalim.
Forgive me.
Alphen.
I'm fine, but it's strange. I've got all this rage inside of me, but I don't...
If that were to happen, then
Yeah,
That's right. No.
If you ever start to lose your way...
And I would be happy to lend an attention.
Naori,
Don't talk. I have to do this. I gave you my word that I'd help you return to Dana. The next time you open your eyes, you'll be home.
But you...
My place is here with my people. I still have a duty to fulfill. I'm sorry for what you've endured. Rena never should have dragged you into this. It's not your burden to bear.
But...
The mask contains a sedative. It should keep your mind from tearing itself apart any further. Let yourself go to sleep. This should help with the pain. Time to go, Elfin. Farewell.
Naori.
His injuries are worse than I thought. Short-term treatment isn't going to cut it. I'll have to switch the healing pod to long-term hibernation mode. The chance of surviving hibernation's less than 10%? And worse, long-term use of the mask carries a high risk of damaging his mind and nervous system. But... If I don't head back, Lenegis will be nothing but ashes, and this starship along with it. I don't know if I can fulfill my promise to you, Alphen. But if doing this will grant you even the slightest chance, I have to try. I hope it's enough. Please, live for me, Alphen.
That vision. It must have been from when Naori helped Alphen escape Lenegis.
She sure went above and beyond the call of duty.
Even with Lenegis crumbling down around her, she chose to stay put with her people.
So that's why you lost your memories and sense of pain, and why you were asleep for that whole time. It was all the result of one agonizing decision Naori made to save your life.
Yeah. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't even be alive today. I owe her everything. More than I could ever hope to repay.
Now that you know how she felt, how do you plan on honoring her wishes?
She kept her promise. If the Renan people she fought so desperately to protect are at risk from a malevolent force, then I owe it to her to carry on her fight. Naori was the one who put that mask on me, and made me Iron Mask.
She did it to prevent your soul from tearing itself apart. She knew you might lose your memories and sense of pain as a result. But more than anything, she wanted you to survive. And you did.
This place. We've seen this in one of Naori's memories.
Of course. After 300 years, this is where it was held. The spirit channeling ceremony. This is where the Renis Alma was.
So this is the place where you and Naori...
The Renis Alma isn't here now. Nor is the Red Woman, it seems.
I know it's difficult, Alphen, but there will be time to dwell on the past later. For now, we need to keep moving. Come on.
Naori. What is this? Is it the work of Dana's will again?
It's been a year since the ceremony. That day, I shut away inside of myself the power that caused Alphen to lose control. Since then, my visions of the future have grown more and more fearsome.
Is this another memory? No, it's different this time. It's like she's speaking directly to us.
What we did back then. Not so much as a day passes when I don't think about it. About what was done to us. All in the name of a ceremony. The purpose of which we were never even told. As Sovereign, they linked Alphen's consciousness to Lenegis itself. The Renis Alma was intended to control his power, lest anything should slip through its cracks. That day, as Maiden, my role was to temper his power. I was meant to guide it forth, and give shape to the strength inside of him.
Linked to Lenegis itself? But then, everything that's been happening...
But that power showed me a vision. A vision of oblivion. When I realized that vision was a prophecy of the apocalypse we were about to unleash, I couldn't go through with it. But without a maiden, the ceremony was doomed. Alphen lashed out, his consciousness no longer his own. I did what I could. Using my abilities as the maiden, I tried to seal that power away inside of me. But it was too late. Lenegis had already been brought to its knees. Thousands upon thousands of lives so cruelly snuffed out. All because of me. Because of what I had done. With the destructive force now slumbering inside of me, I knew I had to find a way to dispose of it. Anything to make up for my failure. But I didn't know how. Especially since that power was astral energy itself. In which case, ironically enough, the Renis Alma seemed to be my best bet. That, at least, would hold the astral energy dormant. Assuming that no malevolent third party got to it first. With the Sovereign and Maiden's combined power, perhaps I could shift the chaotic energy inside me into the Renis Alma instead. That's what I hoped, but alas, it was not to be. The Renis Alma was lost, and Alphen, the Sovereign, was in a starship bound for Dana. My only choice was to seal away the destructive force inside of me using my powers as the Maiden, to buy the world what little time I could. The time needed for a new Renis Alma to be crafted, and for a new Sovereign to appear. Even if by doing so, it meant I would be passing the curse onto my descendants as well. Please, forgive me. I never meant to burden the future world with this threat too. I only wish that there was something more I could have done.
Wait, you can't just...
Naori.
That message just now, was it directly from Naori? Or was it the Danan voice speaking through her?
What?
These are the clothes that Naori and I wore during the ceremony 3 centuries ago.
So you're saying this is the Maiden's outfit?
That's right. These clothes are designed to resonate with the Sovereign and Maiden's abilities. They focus and enhance them.
And they appeared now because...
Naori must have left them here for the new Sovereign and Maiden, knowing the day would come when they would need them in their fight against the Thorns.
These outfits are directly linked to the answers we've been chasing this whole time. If they're here, it must mean it was Naori's will for us to find those answers as well.
Locating the Renis Alma would allow us to neutralize the dark astral energy inside Xion, thereby silencing her thorns. Is that what Naori's suggesting?
It makes sense. After all, Master Cores and Spirit Vessels are both able to prevent the astral energy inside them from developing sentience. By that logic, it would stand to reason that the Renis Alma would have the same ability on a larger scale.
We have a Maiden and Sovereign. Now all we need is the Renis Alma, and we'll finally be able to free you of your thorns. Xion.
It's possible? You really think so?
I do. We can rid you of your thorns and stop the world from falling to oblivion.
However, the spirit channeling ceremony already failed once. Even if our goal is different this time, we can't be sure the same thing won't happen again. We should take care not to be too optimistic.
You're right. It's the barest sliver of a chance. But if there's even the slightest hope it can work, I'm willing to stake everything I've got on it.
I know it's too early to let myself feel relieved, but I just can't seem to help it. Just hearing there's the slightest chance, even though I know the world's still in great peril. It's selfish of me, I know, but still.
No, it isn't. You found hope to believe in. It'd be strange if you weren't over the moon about it.
Rinwell's right. We can rid you of your curse and still save the world at the same time.
Thank you. Naori entrusted us with the fate of all humanity. Now, it's up to us to prove that trust was well placed.
Starting with a little game called Hunt the Renis Alma.
Yeah, we've come all this way. Now we just need to search Lenegis and Rena until we find it.
Yeah, we can protect the world and save Xion at the same time.
I too shall lend my services. My knowledge of Renan lore is bound to be a useful asset.
And they say modesty is dead.
Miracles just seem to follow wherever you go, huh?
How do you know it's me they're following? We're all in this together, Xion. You included. Now let's get moving, shall we? Last I heard, we had an apocalypse to stop. Thank you, Naori. So Naori sealed away the power that made me lose control of myself. She stopped my rampage and saved my life. But then, that power she'd sealed away was passed down to you. I'm so sorry, Xion. It's my fault that you're cursed.
You're wrong. What happened to you was because of the ceremony and Naori's attempt to stop Oblivion. You paid a heavy price for it, and then fell asleep for 300 years. The reason you lost your memories
is the reason for your curse.
The thorns.
It all leads back to them. But once they're gone, we can finally put an end to all this.
When my thorns are gone, I never dared to dream that such a thing could be possible. No, the truth is, I think maybe I've always been dreaming about a life without my thorns. The touch of my family, or playing with my friends, holding hands with Rinwell, or giving Law a deserved smack. embracing everyone. All the normal things that people do together. I always wished I could experience them for myself and finally know what they were like. Is it really okay for me to believe it can happen? I'm so scared of getting my hopes up. What if it doesn't work out in the end, and...
That's not going to happen. I'm here to make sure it won't. Forget fate or destiny or anything else. We're going to live a normal life. There are a lot of things you still want to do, right?
Yeah, you're right. It's such a strange feeling. I know that we've still got plenty of fighting up ahead. And it's for my sake. So I can live.
You're worth fighting for.
I believe you, Alphen.
Good. I'll keep on fighting. For as long as it takes. Until our future is finally in our hands.
Sounds like this Naori chick had quite the big heart.
Her position demanded nothing less. From the sound of things, she didn't focus on differences, least of all those between Renans and Danans.
Yeah. It was Naori who first showed me that such a thing was even possible.
Not only that, but she willingly stayed behind.
It's as if walls meant nothing to her. The ones separating the Renans from the Danans.
Which basically meant that she never had anything to break down in the first place.
You inherited that legacy. Her wish for the world.
Don't I know it?
She's kind of like a lodestar guiding our way.
That's quite some door, all right. This might finally be it. The heart of the beast.
We'll find the Renis Alma and the Red Woman inside, right?
After everything we've been through to get here, they damn well better be.
We'll probably be needing you to open this one for us, Sovereign.
Go for it, Alphen.
This is it, guys. Time to see what secrets are in store.
We're a long way from the residential...
Yeah, you're right.
Except the Danon Astral...
In a portion of the city reserve...
Maybe he just has...
This place looks like it has been here for quite some time. Still, this isn't the sort of decadence...
Hold up,
When a preference is indulged to its
That depends.
The void that art fills isn't the stomach.
In that case, I'll let you know that...
Now all we need is something to fill up the void inside your head.
Shut up!
Volron! He really was still alive.
And there's the Renis Alma. Then, is this another spirit channeling ceremony?
Wait, though. Something doesn't seem right here.
Once more, the powers must be united. Born from the fires of chaos, the world does seek its rightful state. All must be sacrificed in the heart of Rena, at the shrine of the true sovereign.
What has happened to him? He's lost himself. Reduced to a mere cog in a machine.
Hey, look! Over there!
Isn't that the Maiden's crest?
Can it be that this entire chamber is meant to act as a substitute for the Maiden?
It looks like it's still running, but... Are we already too late to stop the ceremony?
If that's what caused Lenegis' transformation, then the purpose of the ceremony must have been to drain all the astral energy out of Dana.
But for what purpose? What could possibly need astral energy on that sort of scale?
I don't know. But whatever it is, I'll bet it's connected to those visions of oblivion. Regardless, we cannot stand by and let them steal Dana's energy. That said, we should retrieve the Renis Alma. Because right now, we need that most of all.
He's not gonna lunge at us out of nowhere, right?
Not the time, Law.
Alphen, look!
The Red Woman! So we finally found you. I have a lot of questions for you.
Wait!
What?
They all have the same face? How is that even possible? What is this?
Who the hell are they?
It can't be. Are they even people?
It's hard to know for sure, but I think they're the true rulers of Rena.
They're not feeling particularly talkative.
It's no use, Alphen. If we don't fight, we may as well be sitting just here.
Good point. Let's stop them before this gets out of hand.
I'm on the Guardian Field!
All right, come on, roll now! That freaking does it! The power of light!
Where are you going?
I'm ready to devastation! Eat this! Rising Wyvern!
Light up the dark! I got you! Freeze Lancer!
Not today!
One more! Guardian Field! I'm going to need to use all the power of my healing arts to accomplish...
That's much better.
Not on my watch!
Anything in armor is all mine! Blew away! That freaking does it! This one! I'll smash you! Guardian Field! All right, first strike! That freaking does it! This one's mine!
Healing Circle!
More vessel!
Need to pull myself together.
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw! Sword Alpha! Now or never. Crush! Feast the soul! Now I'm in the groove! No further!
Hear me! Flame of fury! Burning strike! Glacial steel! Here's the evil!
I'm ready to
Freeze
go!
laser!
Talon storm! The power of light! Alright, coming in! Ignite! Alright,
Let the marksman handle this!
Demon Fang!
Here goes! By the power of fury!
Crumble!
Finish without a trace!
Demon Fang! Talon storm!
Hear me! Flame of fury!
You're all
That'll bring you down!
I've let you all down.
You have to all!
Crush!
Healing circle!
Their arts were interrupted! Swallow blade! No further! Sword Rain Alpha! Explosive Ray! Shattering pieces!
I'm nearly done for.
Glacial
Here I come!
Here's evil!
Dragon Form! I'm not done!
Elusive deity!
Dragon Form!
I'm going to need to use
No
all the
escape!
power of my healing
Dragon
arts.
Form! Sword Rain Alpha!
Switch
Dragon
back!
Form!
Flag assault! Here I go!
Can you take it? Explosive Ray!
Meteor!
Strike!
Healing art!
Guardian Field! Captivity! Sword Rain Alpha! Dragon Form! Sword Rain Alpha! Dragon Form!
That'll bring you down!
You're mine! Dragon Form! It's time!
I can carve through!
Hurricane Storm! Double Demon Fang! Not today!
Watch this! All the power of my healing
Storm!
arts.
Freaking does it! Not my fault! Stay away from my friend!
Far enough! Without a trace!
Take this! Sword!
Inferno crossing!
Raining Slash! Eternal Devastation!
Not in your dreams!
I'm ready to go! Dragon Form!
One more!
Rain Alpha!
Burning strike! Dance in the wind! Freeze!
Take this!
I'm magic in there!
The flame inside me! Yours!
I don't have much left!
Not today!
Maximum burn!
Shattering pieces!
Inferno crossing!
Sword Rain Alpha!
A whirling struggle! Hurricane strike! Lightning
Explosive ray!
Piercing ray! This one's mine!
Dragon Form!
Wind astral energy! Here,
You're
let me
mine!
help! Wind astral energy! First
Dragon
air,
Form!
dance in the wind! Hurricane strike! Air thrust!
I'll take you all on! Ha! Flare Demolition! Thunder Touch! Here I come! Hurricane strike! This time! Take this!
A whirling struggle! Here, let me help! Wind
Can't get out of this!
Tiger Blade!
Burn in hell!
Radiant Fire! Here!
Grind you into dust!
Inferno Crossing! I'm all stopped up!
Shine! Radiant light! Force of regeneration! Dragon Blade!
Don't leave me!
You're mine!
Switch
I'm not
crossing!
done!
Flag assault! Not on my watch!
I'm not done! Dragon Form!
Flaming meteor! Healing lightning orb! Illuminate the dark!
Here I come!
How about this?
Dragon Form!
Flaming meteor! Inferno crossing!
Explosive ring!
Here's evil! Lightning raging cascade!
Do it! Kisara!
Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
Surrender! Fighting is useless now!
Do you think it's really over?
Astral energy. Watch out! They've got something up their sleeve!
What? It's self-destructed?
Alphen!
I'm okay. Just a little roughed up.
You had me worried there.
Who said you could touch that?
Damn it! He's awake!
I should have thought as much.
So you know this place?
Naturally, it was built for me, after all. We'll save that for another time. More pressing is how I'm going to tear you apart.
Even after all this time, you still insist on hating me?
You cut me down. Sovereign or not, you will pay for that.
You're obviously bluffing. You can't even move right now.
Really, is that what you think? Did you really think that such a petty device could hold me?
Are you going to claim it's because you're a ruler? Be it sovereigns or lords. In the end, they're all titles given by someone else.
Plus, what kind of ruler would spend all his time chasing Alf, who happens to be another sovereign?
Idle prattle. I proved my worth and the Sovereign's powers were granted to me.
Were they really? We already know the title of Sovereign doesn't denote royalty. It is but an overblown codename for those with a designated part to play in these proceedings. You mentioned before that you were not the only one stolen from Dana, correct?
Yeah. There were countless. And every one of them besides me died.
All of those failed experiments, and they still kept going back to Dana. There must have been some vital reason their subject had to specifically be a Danan. Then there were the records we found in the library, for you and Volron. They were logged 300 years apart, and yet the data they took from you was exactly the same. Which leads us to a single conclusion.
Then you mean Voron was kidnapped just like Alphen? But then he became a
slave from Dana. Just like us. Isn't that right, Volron?
So he posed as a Renan and caused all that suffering to his own people?
How could you? If you knew the pain of being a slave, why would you inflict that upon others?
Renan and Dana are meaningless distinctions. Me and everyone else. That is all that matters. I will stand above all others and take what is rightfully mine, starting with this.
A red woman?
Another one?
Give your master back on Rena this message. No one makes a fool of me. Let them know I'll make them suffer.
Don't do it!
Serenus Alva!
It's too late! We can't stay here!
We need to go! Alphen!
go. But know I will be your shadow no matter where you try to run.
Let's go.
Never forget, I am the one who devours everything. Who answers to neither spirit nor man. My word is law! I am...
Are you two okay?
Yeah. We'll be fine.
Is Volron... have we finally seen the last of him?
We can but hope.
Those red women. What the heck was their deal?
Could they be the ones behind all this? The same ones who put those soldiers in Faria in a trance?
What? Those brainless things? Either way, they've done a runner with the Renis Alma. Damn it, that's the second time now!
Whatever's stolen from us, we'll steal it back. The future's ours to protect. And right now those things are what's standing in our way. We can head them off at Rena.
Did you say Rena?
Volron mentioned a master of theirs holed up in the motherland somewhere.
If that monstrous form's their true identity, I shudder to think who they take orders from.
Yeah. There's a good chance it's not human. That's for sure.
So this thing over on Rena, that's what's really behind all this, huh?
They have the Renis Alma in their grasp already, so it's unlikely they'll have cause to return to Dana. I agree that Rena's our best shot.
Then we're agreed. Let's head back to the starship.
But seriously, I was not expecting Volron to actually be here.
He seemed to care not one whit about Renans or Danans.
Yeah, not in a good way like with us.
I didn't see that coming about Volron.
Tell me about it. One minute they look...
They definitely weren't Renan or Danan.
So what were they then?
Is the most terrifying thing anyone said all day?
How about you, Shion? Dohaly?
No, never. However, if they're the same as the Red Woman we've seen...
I had just so much I wanted to ask them.
Unfortunately, they blew themselves up before we got the chance.
Both sound plausible to my ears.
Yeah, they did. And the next time we meet them, we're...
Coming through! Bring her down! In a bind? Dragon Shockwave Slash!
Is it too late to talk over our differences?
Engaging! Try harder! You're mine! Dragon Swarm! Dragon Swarm! This one's all mine! Lightning Thrust! I'll burn it all! Flaming Pillar! Fire! Now! Dragon Swarm!
You require a hand. Don't suffer in silence. Another incantation ruined.
Too fast!
Stand back. I'll trip it up.
Dragon Swarm! Double Demon Fang! Sword Rain Alpha!
Do it!
You're finished!
Kisara, frozen!
Hammer! Now! You're mine! You picked the wrong fight! Take this!
On your knees.
Strike! Double Demon Fang! Air Pressure! Now!
Kisara! All yours, Kisara!
Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and shiny mood.
Coming through!
Take this!
Can't get out of this!
Try harder! Now! Here I come! Double Demon Fang!
Shine! Radiant!
Here I come!
Boost of regeneration! Regenerate! Thanks!
Sleep now.
Double Demon Fang! I owe you one! Double Demon Fang! Incineration Wave! Take this! Vacuum Blade! Incineration Wave! Dragon Swarm! Sword Rain Alpha! Dazzle! Soaring Light Spear! This one's all mine!
I'm going to use all the power.
I'll burn it all! Flaming Pillar! Fire!
Benediction light. Arts of being interrupted.
Dragon Swarm! Lightning Thrust! Lunar Rondo!
Dance on the wind.
Rising Phoenix! Devastation! Rising Phoenix!
Hear my soul.
Be still! Dazzle!
Glacial Spear.
Rising Phoenix! Dragon Swarm!
Here, let me help.
I owe you one! Vacuum Blade! Dazzle! Soaring Light Spear! Sword Rain Alpha! I owe you one! Sword Rain Alpha! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno! You're mine! Try harder! Be still! You're mine! Be still! Rising Phoenix!
My weary
Take this! This one keeps charging us!
That's what my shield's for. Get behind me.
I'm ready! I'll leave it to you!
Get toasty!
Bird Strike!
A hard-won victory.
Hey, look at that enemy.
This won't be easy.
In a bind?
Don't be such a pessimist.
Sword Rain Alpha! Double Demon Fang!
Your reflexes will not serve you well.
You picked the wrong fight!
Now! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished! My turn! Dragon Swarm! Double Demon Fang! Incineration Wave!
Kisara! Go for it!
Prepare to crumble.
Barely a blip on our radar.
What the? When did it get pitch dark all of a sudden?
The lights are all out. Think it has something to do with the explosion back in the Forbidden Zone?
Doe?
You two.
Faria, Avakir. Thank goodness you're safe.
Avakir filled me in about everything. About how I ambushed you all.
She doesn't remember a thing, so she really was being controlled.
He told me about Tarnagin, too. Is it true?
What difference does it make? What's done is done.
Stop casting me off, just for once!
Faria, not now. It can wait. Dohalim, Lenegis is in grave peril.
So I can see.
It's the city's core reactor. It's damaged. Some of the basic systems we've managed to keep online, but complete restoration's still a way off.
You're an elite technician, though. You can fix it, right?
If so, then what's the problem?
Panic's begun to set in among the citizens. Until now, whenever something like this happened, the Sovereign would issue a decree. But this time, not so much as a peep. Any longer, and we run the risk of riots breaking out before we can get things back up and running.
Forget the Sovereign. I doubt you'll be hearing from him anytime soon.
What's that supposed to mean? Do you know something I don't?
Suffice it to say, the Sovereign isn't the kind of ruler we thought he was. That is, if he ever even existed, which is looking doubtful at this stage.
Are you out of your mind? Why, if people knew that a lord such as yourself was whispering such blasphemy, they'd—
There's no time to explain now. It sounds like we need to find a way to keep Lenegis from spiraling out of control.
We need to stop that riot.
But how do we do that?
Riots feed on discontent and unrest, right? So if we want to keep the peace, we just need to put people's minds at ease.
At ease? Like by letting them hear directly from someone they trust. That's it. Who's the highest-ranking person in Lenegis right now?
Lenegis wouldn't have a next in line. After all, you said the Sovereign rules over everyone directly, right?
Correct. The closest thing to an authority figure would be a lord. And the only one left is... Ah. Very well then. Avakir, you mentioned a few facilities were still online. Which ones?
Why hasn't the Sovereign said anything?
Please, won't somebody explain what's going on?
Is it over? What's going to happen to all of us?
Heed me now, fellow Renans of Lenegis. It is I, Lord Dohalim Ilkaris of Eldaman and Sia.
Look, up there! It's Lord Dohalim!
Hold on! He should be in the crown contest! Shouldn't he? Why isn't the Sovereign talking to us?
The Sovereign is seeing to other matters right now. In my capacity as Lord, I speak to you in his stead. You're afraid. As people so often are when faced with the unknown. I hope you'll allow me to put your fears to rest. The city's core reactor has experienced a malfunction. However, we have our top engineers attending to the matter, and things will soon be back to normal. I know that you feel abandoned, perhaps more scared and alone than ever before. But I ask you all to keep one thing in mind. You are Lenegis, not the lords and sovereign. The solidarity of its citizens is the mortar that holds it together. If we don't allow ourselves to be distracted by our differences, if we put our hearts and minds together and stand as one, I am confident we will find new hope. I would be honored to stand with you. Not as a person of loftier rank, but as another human being among many. I hope that you'll lend me your strength, for if we can persevere as one, I know a bright tomorrow awaits.
Your speech speech seems to have done the trick. Looks like the city won't be descending into chaos after all.
I only pray the relief will tide the city over for the time being.
What you said earlier, about the Sovereign possibly not even existing, was it true?
It's still too premature to say with any certainty, but I believe so. This whole time, this world we've been fed was a lie, built on nothing but falsehoods.
But it can't all have been...
I can believe it. After everything I saw in the Forbidden Zone, what they did to Faria, it's the only explanation that makes sense.
But what about hierarchy, Avakir? Authority? The very foundations of Renan society? How can we live without someone to guide us?
I'd say we found someone capable of doing just that, wouldn't you?
You? You can't be serious.
I have business I must take care of first. But once everything is over, I shall return. But not as your sovereign, nor as a leader the likes of which the people here are used to, I think.
But how else do you propose to rule?
I'm not sure yet. All I have is a feeling that here in Lenegis, a new dawn is on the verge of breaking. One in which people won't be judged by birthright or on the power of their astral arts, but on other things. More important things. Things like, oh, I don't know, musical talent, for example.
When I bumped into you after all those years, I said you were no different. But I was wrong. Truth is, you were always different. I feel like maybe now I can finally begin to accept Turnagain's death. To see a future.
You go finish whatever it is you've got to do. I'll hold down the fort here in Lenegis till you get back.
Thank you.
I guess you're not going to make it to Menancia for the foreseeable future, huh?
Indeed. Forgive me.
The people of Elda Menancia can look after themselves just fine. It's the ones here on Lenegis who need someone to guide them. Besides, with you leading the people here, it'll help spread the idea of coexistence beyond Menancia's borders that much faster.
Sounds like you're in it for the long haul.
How could I not be, after the second chance that I've been granted? From this day forth, I shall dedicate myself to the future inhabitants of this world. Though the memories of the departed shall remain forever in my heart.
Remember, you're going to be leading the people here, not ruling them.
True enough. Whatever would I do without you, Kisara?
With or without her, I suspect you're gonna have your hands full when the time comes. We should be heading back to the ship. Business on Rena awaits. Looks like the people of Lenegis can rest easy.
I couldn't have done it without your words of encouragement, Law.
Hey, you're the one who made the speech.
I think everybody can share the credit here.
In one sense, when all is said and done,
you, a Renan lord.
I was complicit in the Renan system, bound by it. And when I realized the severity of my mistake, a lord. And yet my first instinct...
I think I can relate. I couldn't stand watching my people bow and the ability to think for yourself and be your own master. Zephyr taught me how to fight. But
even if it means stumbling along the way. Or, to put it another way, so this Zephyr character sounds like he was a wise man.
There's just so much I wish I could ask.
How long have you known?
Known what?
About the darkness I carry inside me. You see...
Why ask me now? But Yes, I have.
So basically since the very start of our journey, then.
Leave the past where it belongs. If my brother could see you...
Not as proud as he would be of...
Well then, just as well it's not a competition, huh?
Kisara? Among other things.
You were thinking about Doha.
I was just thinking how good it is to see... It was always so infuriating, knowing how capable he could be if he just put his mind to it. But now, he's finally...
So, then...
Oh, I don't know if I'd say sad. There's a bittersweetness to it, I guess. It probably sounds weird, doesn't it? I have this...
Must be that maternal instinct.
Rinwell's right. You're like a mother bird.
A pretty big child.
That's one way to look at it. All this has made me realize I can't allow... If Dohalim can forge his own path... Done. This is sure to... Did we really... We just spend that... Much money?
Have you guys checked your equipment lately?
thought we'd find answers on Lenegis, but we just ended up finding more questions.
You can say that again. And now we have more problems to fix, too. Like figuring out how to reform Lenegis.
That can wait for now. We've got more than enough on our plates to deal with as it is. Like figuring out who's really running the show on Rena.
Yeah. Which is why we're going to the Renan homeworld.
All the answers we've been looking for are on that planet. The person responsible for all this. The Red Woman and the Renaissama. The answers have to be there. Are we prepared to finally find them?
So, what do we do first when we get there?
We know nothing about the Renan homeworld or what we might face once we arrive. We should get a feel for how things are on the ground before we take any serious steps.
It's also entirely possible that the first thing we're going to face is an attack.
If we come across a capital, we should... What? Damn! The hell just happened?
Our course has been altered. The coordinates are pointing to a different destination.
What's that?
The ship's controls aren't accepting my commands. The engine is being shut down.
That's bad, right?
Quite bad. We've lost control of the ship.
Is all of this the Red Women's doing?
Are they trying to finish us off before we can land?
Everyone! Look there!
Flower blooming out of Rena?
But that flower looks like it's absorbing all of Dana's energy.
And it appears Lenegis is serving as a conduit for that energy to reach here. Could that have been its true purpose all along?
If that's true, do you think the people back on Lenegis are all right?
We can only pray that they are.
Damn it! Haven't they taken enough already? When is this going to end?
Flower of Oblivion.
With everything that's happening, we need to get back to Lenegis. Is the ship still offline?
Unfortunately, yes. Even more so than when it lay dormant.
Can you fix it?
Starships are extremely complex machines. One wrong move while we're out here in space could very well cost us our lives.
So what? We're just stuck inside here, floating around? For how long?
I don't believe this. We've made it all this way, and now we're stuck here? We're watching Dana die before our eyes, and we have no choice but to sit here and starve to death?
Law, calm down! You're not the only one who's worried here.
Right. Sorry.
It's still too early to give up. There has to be a way to get out of this.
Alphen.
Now what?
The starship, it's back online?
No, this is different. Something is pulling our ship in towards it.
We managed to get moving, but where are we?
It looks like Lenegis in here.
Do you think we might run into more Renans here? Or those red women?
Perhaps. Someone brought us here. The question is, who?
We haven't been ambushed, so that probably means they aren't hostile. Still, why would anyone want to bring us here?
Hey, Shion!
If they wanted to attack us, they could have done so while we were back on the starship. We should see where this path takes us.
What the?
Oh, come on.
It's called experiencing feelings appropriate to the situation.
Yeah, but...
Oh.
Staying alert is important, but too much caution can
I still can't get over what we saw.
Yeah, our planet's really...
I've only ever seen Rena from the surface of Dana. Still, though, I never would have imagined Rena...
Beats me. I have absolutely no clue.
Rena and Dana. We were taught that both worlds, but to think that they lied to us, not only about the Sovereign and the Crown...
Dohalim.
Okay. That beam of light joining Dana and Rena. It was the Renan side that at first...
That's what it looked like. And then...
Perhaps it was some kind of directive from the Renan homeworld?
Which would mean that whoever's behind all this is on Rena after all.
Try to stay calm. It's... What is it?
No, it's just... so much for me make...
You made it this... You notice something, you change it. That's all anyone can do.
This place looks a lot like that room we saw back in the Forbidden Zone.
Huh? What's that? It's one of those!
A red woman in disguise. Or is this their true form?
So it was a trap?
It doesn't look like it can move. Tell me, are you the one who brought us here?
That is correct. It is unusual for me to have unexpected guests these days.
It can talk.
What are you?
Hevrecht 35.
Hevrecht 35. Is that your name?
Correct.
What is this place? No, wait, before that, just what exactly are you? Are you somehow associated with the Red Women?
Before I answer, I have a question for you. How did you all arrive in this sector?
We did not come to this place by choice. Our ship was brought here against our will, by a group of Red Women who can shift into the same form as you.
In that case, we can assume my brethren who serve the Great Spirit have deemed you all to be a threat most grave.
What do you mean, serve? Are you saying there really is someone more powerful than the Red Women, pulling their strings?
What did you do to us?
I examined your bodies. You have not been harmed in any way. Identifiers detected. The Sovereign and Maiden are among you. However, you aren't under its control. I see why they viewed you as a danger now.
Oh goody, more riddles.
Do you think we can trust this thing?
Like it or not, it may be our best chance at a ticket out of here. Let's at least hear it out.
I shall now answer your questions. We are Helgenquil. The Red Women you encountered previously are a form of disguise we employ from time to time, but not our true form.
Helgenquil?
You are on Dake Phasol, a celestial base which drifted here by accident. The will of Rena's Great Spirit no longer reaches us here. Since my sudden separation from the Great Spirit's influence, I have used any and all means to extend my lifespan. As I have done so, I have also set out to monitor and research Rena and Dana from this position.
A question. What is this Great Spirit of which you speak? Is it something that rules over your kind?
Correct. The Great Astral Spirit is a large mass of astral energy that fills all of Rena, one with its own will, a voice we cannot refuse.
A voice? Just like Dana.
The voice of the Great Spirit speaks to our hearts directly, and we have served it, without question, throughout the ages.
Does that mean it was controlling your minds? Wait a second. Could this Great Spirit be the true Sovereign of Rena?
The true ruler of Rena. It could be the same thing that's controlling Volron.
Wait, back up. You're telling us this Great Spirit of yours is the one that ordered you things to harvest the astral energy from Dana? I'm not sure I believe that.
Why not? We've already made contact with the will of Dana back in the Wedge, and in the Forbidden Zone on Lenegus. If Dana has a will of its own, I don't see why Rena wouldn't.
Maybe not, but think about what you're saying. If Dana has a will like Rena, then that would mean that we've been controlled by the voice of Dana this whole time, just like these things.
Dana's will hasn't been forcing us to do anything.
Yeah, but...
Let's assume that what Hevrecht 35 claims is true, and that we are indeed cut off from both planets. Even if we had previously been under the control of Dana's will, we would have noticed now that we are disconnected.
Your fear is not based in logic. The voice of Dana is much smaller and quieter compared to that of Rena's Great Spirit. Rena's astral energy is amassed at its center,
whereas Dana's is shared among all its constituents. So thinly is that energy spread that it cannot coalesce and formulate a will. Our findings here indicate as much.
Which explains why we felt its will where we did. The Wedge and Lenegis are where so much of that energy had been accumulated.
The Great Spirit's desire is to consume all astral energy. And the pursuit of that desire is why you see Rena in its current state. As a result, it has turned its attention toward Dana.
Is that why the crown contest is necessary? So that the Great Spirit can feed off of Dana?
Indeed. And it was to that end that we Helganquil devised the crown contest. Had the initial spirit channeling from 300 years ago succeeded, all of Dana's astral energy would have been seized.
But the ceremony failed. Lenegis was severely damaged, and you lost both the Sovereign and the Renasalma.
Correct. A change in plan was required to ensure the spirit channeling's success. However, recreating the Renis Alma required a vast amount of energy. That is why we turned to Dana.
So that was the real purpose behind the crown contest. An efficient means to harvest the necessary energy from Dana.
This is all happening because of me.
Nevertheless, you still haven't answered one of Alphen's original questions. Just why have you brought us here to your base, Hevrecht 35?
First, it was to confirm the identities of you, my unexpected visitors. Second, it was to ascertain whether you would be likely to accept my request.
A request? But what could someone like you want us to...
I wish for you all to slay the Great Spirit.
I'm sorry, did you just ask us to kill your master?
I did. It is in your best interest that you do so, I might add.
What makes you say that?
Lenegis has entered the final stage of the spirit channeling plan. As we speak, Dana's energy is being harvested en masse and transmitted to Rena. If nothing is done about the Great Spirit, it will not be long before all is lost.
You're saying the destruction we saw earlier is just the beginning? That...
We won't let that happen.
Why do you want us to kill the Great Spirit so badly? Is it to save our world? To free you, Helganquil, from under its control? Why?
No. My primary concern is validating our findings and analysis, which have taken many years to realize. As such, it is my desire to see how your actions impact and change these systems. However, I will not deny that vengeance also plays a part.
Vengeance? For what?
In spite of our long service to the Great Spirit, our species is on the brink of extinction.
You mean... you're dying?
At this stage, it would be wise for you to talk with the others. Ask them what you need to know. Once you have your answer, return to me. If you agree to help, I shall fix your ship.
Others? Just how many of you are there?
I am the only Helganquil who inhabits Dake Faisal.
Hey! Hey!
It's no use. I think it's done talking to us. Let's take a look around.
You can't seriously be buying anything that creature told us, right?
To be honest, the conversation went on for so long, I'm not...
At the very least, everything it said about the Renan Great Spirit adds up. That being said, had we not previously encountered the will of Dan...
The spirit of Rena wants to see Dan...
But why? Astral energy...
It doesn't matter. I don't care if we're up against an entire...
Right.
There is one other... How the Great Spirit, the Helganquil, and the Crown Contest are all part of a centuries-long plan is clear enough. But
Now that you mention it, and all that talk, Hevric 35...
Maybe it had a reason for keeping its silence. Or perhaps there's even more going on. Let's find out. Who are they?
What is it?
Oh, my apologies. It's just been so long since I've seen any humans from the outside world.
Are you a Renan?
Oh, yeah, I guess so. The Overseer told us to answer any questions you might have. Whatever you want to know, we'll tell you as much as we can. But be quick. Our subjects are undergoing a dramatic shift that we don't want to miss.
What a weird guy.
He must have meant Hevric 35 when he mentioned that Overseer.
And what was that about subjects? You don't think he meant Dana and Rena, do you?
There isn't anyone else we can talk to. I guess we should ask around here.
Have you guys lived up here in Daeg Fazel with Hevric 35 for a long time?
Yes. I couldn't tell you off the top of my head just how long it's been, though. We regularly go into stasis, so our sense of time has gotten rather out of whack over the years.
Why are you all even here in the first place?
Originally, this station was where we worked to perform maintenance on Lenegis from the outside.
We heard that the facility ended up in its current location due to an accident.
Oh, it was terrible. Apparently there was some kind of accident, and when help never arrived, they presumed the entire facility had been destroyed.
And you've been working for Hevric 35 ever since?
Well, at first we thought that there was nobody else inside the facility, but then it turned out the Overseer was there all along.
What do you mean?
The Helganquil have the technology to cloak themselves around us Renans. As long as they don't do anything obvious, a Renan won't see one, even if it's right in front of them.
Which would explain why Shion and I failed to notice the Red Women previously. Do they employ an astral art of some sort?
I haven't been able to scientifically confirm it for myself, but from what I understand, the type of cloaking they use is primarily achieved through mechanical means. In addition, they also used hypnosis devices and information control to get us to do what they wanted without being detected. It's a pretty sophisticated operation, especially since it avoids any unnecessary conflict. I have to imagine that's how Lenegis is still run.
But aren't the Helganquil themselves controlled by the Great Spirit? If so, why aren't Renans affected by it in the same way?
The Great Spirit's mind control only works on Helganquil, so they had to employ other means to manipulate us Renans.
You act like this didn't affect you personally. If I was you, I'd be mad as hell at their deceptions.
I mean, sure, I was surprised when I first found out about it, but it happened so long ago.
Hevric 35 has clearly ceased concealing itself, though. Why is that?
Who can say? My guess is it just got bored, or maybe even a little lonely.
Don't you want to go back home to Rena or Lenegis? Our ship is going to be fixed pretty soon. You could ride with us.
No way. If we went back after knowing the truth, they'd either just brainwash us or purge us outright. After all this time, there's nothing to be gained from going back. We've all agreed it'd be best to simply stay here and watch everything unfold instead. Things are going just fine with the Overseer. Not that it'll be around much longer. It can't extend its life any further. That said, I'm sure it's pleased to see the final stage of the plan before it passes on, though.
Thank you for answering our questions. Can we talk to you for a few minutes?
Sure. It's going to be a while before the two planets undergo their next shift,
so I can talk until then.
Please, tell us what you know about the Helganquil.
You mean the Overseer's species? I can't say I know much about them.
Well, for starters, where'd they come from?
Where else? From Rena, obviously.
From Rena? Wait, are you telling us those things live right alongside the Renans down there?
Of course not. There's really no such thing as Renans in the first place.
Excuse me?
Oh, I thought the Overseer explained everything.
Apparently not.
Please, tell us more.
Well, in a nutshell, the Renans were originally created from Danans by the Helganquil.
But if that's true, then that would mean there aren't any people on Rena.
There aren't, but there are Helganquil. That's what the name literally means in their language, people of Rena.
But what need could they possibly have to create a whole new race of people?
It was a way to bolster their dwindling workforce. I trust you're aware that the Helganquil are on the verge of extinction, yes? In essence, we were created to carry on their work for the Great Spirit after they all die. They gathered Danans who had an affinity for astral arts and proceeded from there. That's why we, as their descendants, can all cast arts, albeit to varying degrees.
Let me get this straight. Are you saying Renans were originally created from Danans that the Helganquil kidnapped?
Wait, that explains why almost nobody can use astral arts on Dana now.
Helganquil technology is truly amazing. The way they alter their bodies is far less invasive than your conventional surgeries.
They have these tiny machines that are practically invisible, which they insert into their bodies and—
Enough! You needn't tell us anymore.
How can you speak so calmly about all of this?
I guess I can see how, when viewed in a certain light, their ways may sound grotesque. But if you ask me, I think they ultimately did us a favor. They saved us from crawling the earth in ignorance. If it meant their hands had to get a little dirty in the process, then so be it. Anyway, the Helganquil are the real Renans. Personally, I don't think it's such a big deal. They're also mostly the ones behind what you see going on between the two planets. I think that covers just about everything worth knowing.
I see. Thanks for filling us in.
Does he really expect us to believe that Renans never truly existed? How absurd.
Dohalim.
Just when I think we're getting to the bottom of it all, some new revelation smacks us in the face.
Then let's hope this is our last revelation for a while. Do you know anything about a spirit channeling plan?
If you mean the first plan from 300 years ago, then yes. Do you know what its main objective was?
Yes. It was to use Lenegis to siphon off Dana's astral energy and send it to Rena.
Exactly. However, there were two problems we had to consider. First was how to collect and send such a large quantity of astral energy without it becoming sentient. Second, we had to figure out how to convert Dana's energy so it would be compatible with Rena.
I take it the solutions to those problems were to use the wedge for the collection, and then the Sovereign and Maiden to convert the energy.
We have a winner! However, the first plan failed when the Sovereign was overwhelmed and became frenzied. The reason for that is because the Maiden lost control. I'm told he slaughtered many Renans and Helganquil that day. For the next plan, we tried to recreate the Renis Alma, but we didn't have nearly enough of the other non-dark astral energy types. To amend that, we set our sights on Dana, and implemented a system whereby we could extract energy from it.
And the crown contests began.
Correct. Since the Maiden had been the failing point in the previous plan, it was decided to replace her role with machinery to avoid further mishaps. A new Sovereign had to be made as well. It was such tremendously difficult work. Its success was dubious. But from the look of things, it would appear such worries were unfounded.
So that's what the purpose of that room we found in the Forbidden Zone was.
What about the flower that sprouted from Rena?
Flower? Oh, that thing. That's the physical manifestation of all the astral energy that's been harvested from Dana. As I'm sure you've noticed, it's quite a lot of energy. At this point, it's likely that it's become physically integrated with Rena's planetary structure.
Heverick 35 mentioned that the spirit channeling plan is entering its final stage. Is that true?
It is. I never thought I would live to see the day with my own eyes, and yet here we are. Are we done talking now? If it's all the same to you, I'd really rather not miss anything that's about to happen.
He talks like the potential end of the world is just another day on the job.
You've got to remember that these guys have been living alone up here for a long time. Who knows what shape their minds are in?
It feels like our whole world has been turned upside down. Is there anything we know that's still true at this point?
Seriously, I'm still trying to process the fact that we Renans were created by the Helganquil, let alone the Sovereign and Maiden stuff.
Let's take a moment to gather ourselves. I know all of this is a lot to believe and take in, but I think it's fair to say that we've found the answers we've been looking for. Does everyone agree?
Agreed. Though I'll admit that I never expected it to all boil down to Rena's great spirit being behind everything.
Everything that's happened, everything we've endured, it's all because of astral energy.
And to get that energy, the Great Spirit took control of the Helganquil. Then the Helganquil created the Renans, who went on to invade and rule over the Danans.
Plus, the reason the Great Spirit can't directly control the Renans as well is likely because they were originally Danans all along.
Either way, I think it's fair to say we've all had a lot to take in at once. Maybe too much, even. We should probably take it easy and rest our minds a bit. Why don't we all take some time to think things over, before we decide on our next move?
That's a good idea, Kisara. If the Renan Great Spirit really is behind all this, then we've got a really big fight ahead of us. Because it's not just Dana on the line, but Rena too. If we're going to do this, we need to be completely sure of ourselves. So let's go ahead and break off for now. We aren't in any immediate danger, so we should be okay. You sure you don't want to be alone right now?
I could ask you the same question.
I figured I'd get all my thinking in while walking around and checking up on everybody.
I'll go along with you. I'm interested to hear what's on everyone's minds too.
Sounds good. Let's go find them.
Everyone's just gone their own way, huh?
Everything we thought we knew. It was all just a
Right.
Well, if the names are anything to go by, it's
But if Heverick 35 was telling the truth, and this was all just one massive lie...
No, I don't think so.
Really? Well then. If we've lost it, I guess we'll just have to find another. I'll...
Make one, huh?
Oh, it's you two.
He who?
I know that we're all struggling to wrap our...
What do you think about everything we've learned?
On some level, I'm not even really sure what to think to be. But if that thing's hellbent on trying to destroy our As for the Renans...
How so?
Coexistence between Danans and In my case, I think that's partly because deep down, I was still... So... to be told that...
You kept it pretty...
You mean about the Renans? At the end of the day, but at the same time...
I know you're already aware of this, but the list of grievances the Danans have against the Renans is long. And if people then find out that they're all actually one and the same...
Even just among the Danans, I'm sure there'll be... I think if we can find a way to get rid of that...
Well, first...
Yeah.
It's no small task. We can't pretend...
Right. Everybody has their... in a worst-case scenario.
And we all have to figure out how to meet halfway.
That's an interesting...
It's true. Everybody has their own scar. It won't be achieved, but I think it's a good... And now, I think I see...
You both seem...
Only because after...
How are you holding up, Rinwell?
Yeah. I get this sinking feeling whenever I remember how Danon Mage is like... But I was thinking, if Renans end up living together with Danons... Danons probably won't be so quick to let their guards down. And there might...
It wouldn't surprise me. 300...
Yeah. But even so, I was thinking maybe, I don't know...
Rinwell...
That great spirit, Dana's will, feels so warm and inviting.
Now that you mention it, Everett 35 and the other scientists here now...
Maybe. But regardless...
We won't.
I still...
You're not the only one still...
Really? You've never...
Did you forget what happened back in Thistleum? Once my memory...
It was really that...
Yeah, it was.
Man...
Law.
I was too worried about repeating the same mistakes I'd made back with my dad. That was no way to live. But all this talk about other races...
I know this is going to sound...
Oh?
I used to worry, and when I realized my visions pointed to a threat that was bigger than me. But that's when I finally got it. You guys were all the...
In other words, if you...
The thing that's most important... All I want to do is protect the people that really...
Not everyone is strong enough to fight.
Huh?
It's something your dad told me once when he... Law, you know you're strong enough to fight. Forget all the big stuff going on.
Yeah. It's like a big... I'll fight to protect the people around me. Just like...
I apologize.
You mean hearing the origins?
Indeed. It's shocking to have...
Even I'm still not sure.
Let's not delude ourselves. I can only imagine that you must have been constantly feeling like this, ever since your memory returned.
That's just part of being a...
to say the least.
When you say the other Renans...
Correct. Even if we stop the great... Putting aside the untold...
So, I guess your only real choices at this point are to either stay on Lenegis...
And at the same time, Danons are hardly likely to embrace Renan. There is, after all, 3 centuries... And the victims of our rule have absolutely every right to feel animosity.
I didn't expect the former Lord of
Menancia's fate was a stroke of good luck. There had been backlash over how it had been ruled, and I was blessed to have sympathizers among my ranks.
But things can still change if you have the right people to help lead the way.
Indeed. On that note...
Oh?
I wish for you to serve as a mediator, so that the Renans can... As the one and only blazing sword.
And I take it that you...
Yes. I realize that I'm asking quite a lot of you. However, the fact of the matter is that it will take time for Is it too...
No, relax. You get so tense and
You're too kind.
That's some high praise up.
Then I'll ask once again.
You don't even need...
Thank you.
Well, it sounds like...
What about you, Shion?
To be honest, right now it's...
How do you mean?
Because for a really, really long time, I thought I'd die alone. I would have never imagined that I'd be traveling with someone. It's been going on for 300 years. It was Naori's hope. That somehow, how it fell on us, of all people.
I don't think Naori was hoping that she considered me a Danon. I don't think she wanted the world to be saved.
Huh?
When we were talking to Kisara earlier, about all that stuff, she said that the first step down that path was that means forgiving other people. Even
Forgiving?
Yeah. If we have any hope of moving on...
You know, you're right.
It's not going to be easy, but if we can do it, I'm there with you, Shion. I think that's the very least I can...
Yeah. I want...
Whoa there, Savior Girl.
Yes, I know.
Well, is everybody ready to do what needs to be done?
I am. There's a lot to think about, but at the end of the day, Dana's still in danger. I don't care who we're up against. We'll kick their ass.
What are your thoughts, Alphen? I want to know what's on your mind, too.
Like Law said, if we have to fight the Great Spirit on Rena, then so be it. It's trying to rob us of our entire world, and it's going to take not just our home, but all of existence along with it. That alone is enough to make it our enemy. But it's not only that. One way or another, I think beating the Great Spirit is going to be tied to us saving Shion.
You're saying there's a chance?
You're referring to the vision of destruction we all saw in Lenegis, I take it?
Yeah. 3 centuries ago, the astral energy that appeared at the spirit channeling ceremony showed Naori that vision. And to hear Shion tell it, it's the same one that she sees from her own thorns as well.
Indeed. Shion's thorns are comprised of dark astral energy, the one type which we know is native only to Rena. And if Rena's Great Spirit is what's behind Dana's pending destruction, then...
Shion's thorns are the Great Spirit? It's not actually on Rena like we thought?
We don't know anything for certain. At the very least, though, I think it's possible her thorns are a part of the Great Spirit.
While the main body resides in Rena.
Shion.
If these thorns really are a part of Rena's Great Spirit, I'm going to go over there and give it a piece of my mind and then some.
The question is, how do we confront it? Suffice it to say, that flower growing out of Rena is enormous, large enough to house the will of an entire planet. The Wedge and Lenegis were both hard enough for us to overcome in their own right. This is an altogether greater challenge for merely 6.
And we only know about the Thorns connection thanks to Naori.
Heverick 35 has been observing the Great Astral Spirit this whole time. It wouldn't ask us to fight it unless it has a plan of some sort. Let's go see what that is.
So if the Sovereign and Maiden were originally
even with the Forbidden Zone in ruins and the Renis Alma stolen, Lenegis is functioning.
First they lumber you with a position you never asked for, then...
More importantly, who do they think we are?
I just hope...
Worst comes to worst, Lenegis is equipped with a large number of starships that people can escape in.
Wait, explode?
In any case, if we're truly going to make a difference, it's on Rena we're needed, not
Right.
Do you have your answer for me?
We want to ask something first. You're asking us to fight an entire planet. How exactly do you expect us to do that? You must have something up your sleeve, or else you wouldn't put us up to it.
The great astral spirit is an immense being, but its actual will does not run throughout its entire body. Rather, its will is derived from the core, which supports the rest of the body, and is where its strength is most densely concentrated. Therefore, if you destroy the core, the Great Spirit shall become unable to maintain sentience, and return to being ordinary astral energy.
And how are we supposed to destroy that core?
By using the Renus Alma. You will also need the assistance of both the Sovereign and the Maiden. They are our best tools for suppressing and controlling astral energy. Using their powers, the Maiden shall seal the great astral spirit within her body, and the Sovereign shall wield the power of the Renus Alma to destroy it.
Hold on. That sounds a lot like what Shion described before.
Yeah, killing herself to take out the thorns with her.
She was actually right all along.
By my calculations, your powers combined should be sufficient to destroy the great astral spirit, and disperse its energy widely enough to make it difficult to reform.
What will happen to the Maiden once we manage to beat the great astral spirit?
Any matter contained within the field of destruction shall be erased.
So it really will kill me.
This method is the most simple one available to destroy the Great Spirit, and is therefore our most reliable option.
What are our other options?
There is little reason to consider alternative courses of action when the most optimal among them is so clear.
You don't get it. I promised Shion that she wouldn't die, that we'd save the world without needing to sacrifice her. We didn't fight this whole time just to give up on her at the very end. If there's any other way to take out the Great Spirit, I want to hear it.
This plan shall lead to the fewest losses in preserving your world. Abandoning it is irrational. It is vital that you proceed with this plan. A part of Rena's great astral spirit already resides within her. 300 years ago, the Great Spirit descended upon Lenegis in an attempt to assume direct control of the spirit channeling ceremony. We have reason to believe the Great Spirit left part of itself behind, and that it now resides in the Maiden.
Which would make Alphen's earlier hypothesis correct.
That part inside the Maiden belongs to the core, and can be used by the great astral spirit to revive itself. So long as it remains, it will be all but impossible to fully eradicate the Great Spirit. That is why it is necessary for it to be vanquished only once it is whole. Without the Maiden's direct control over the Great Spirit, attacking it is futile, and will only serve to strengthen it.
No.
Wait. Naori said that the Renus Alma can suppress the self-realization of astral energy, and that the thorns can be neutralized by placing them in it. If so, can't the same also be done to the Great Spirit, seeing as the thorns are simply part of it?
Well, can it?
It is true that the Renus Alma is capable of what you suggest, and could contain the great astral spirit.
Yes!
However, doing so requires fine control on the level of the spirit channeling ceremony. Considering that the Renus Alma was previously lost when that ceremony failed, I cannot allow it. Its uncertainty is simply too great.
What does that mean for us if you won't allow it?
Your starship will not be restored, and you will all be unable to leave here.
Why you?
Fine then. I'd rather stay here and rot than do it your way.
Alphen?
Whatever we do, if we mess up, Dana's screwed. The Great Spirit will destroy it. If you're fine letting that happen, and we have nothing to gain either way, then I'd rather do nothing. We want to stop Dana from getting destroyed. We want to save it. But not if it means having to sacrifice one of us in the process. If all you're gonna do is sit back and watch us where it's safe, then quit ordering us around and shut up!
Alphen.
What you say is irrational. Be that as it may, I shall accede to your demand.
You'll agree?
I am an observer. The Sovereign, Maiden, and Rena's Alma are my species' greatest achievement. I wish to see how well they work against the Great Spirit in light of our demise by its hands.
But what are we supposed to do about the Renis Alma? One of your buddies ran off with it back on Lenegis.
It is likely that the Renis Alma is with the Great Spirit, functioning as a catalyst for it to receive Dana's astral energy.
So our only option to retrieve it is to head straight for the Great Spirit and take it back?
According to my observations, the astral energy is most densely concentrated in the center of Rena, where the Great Spirit's core is located.
So right in the middle of that giant flower, then.
I have one more question. You've said that Rena's great astral spirit is already integrated with the planet. What will happen to Rena once it vanishes?
Without the will of the Great Spirit, Rena is predicted to collapse. Even in such a scenario, the energy will disperse, and the Great Spirit will likely not reform.
So you're saying that even if we manage to beat the Great Spirit without destroying it, we'll still be in danger?
Likely, the collapse will occur in stages. It is recommended that you all escape before the final stage.
Man, I wish that thing would tell it to us straight for once.
Hevrek 35 and the others have gotten used to hypothesizing from afar is all. Fix our starship. We're going to Rena.
Excellent.
But I want to make one thing clear. We're doing this for ourselves, to protect what matters to us. We're not doing it for your sake, or because you told us to. Remember that.
It matters little to me. The end result shall be the same. Repair work on your starship has commenced. You'll have to wait until it's finished.
Man, is it too much to ask for Hevrek 30?
Is the Renis Alma really our only hope?
Shion's Firemaster core was able to suppress astral. Couldn't we make use?
I'm not sure. In small doses, maybe. And
back in Calaglia, the Blazing Sword was able to take in a whole spirit vessel's worth of energy.
Except after it absorbed the energy, it ended up releasing it all moments later. Besides, this is the Great Spirit we're talking about, not a paltry vessel. Even if I could...
Hevrek 35 didn't mention it, and it did not seem the type to skimp on details.
You're probably...
You still thinking about what the scientists told us? About where Renans really come from?
I am, but not for myself.
You're worried about the future of the Renan people.
The fact that our people have been the same this whole time will only give the Danans further reason to resent us.
But you still intend to confront this truth head-on, don't you?
Well, I did declare that I would live my life for the living, and not the dead. Even as I dream of retirement, I shall remain dedicated to the cause.
I'm sure you'll do great.
Now that I think about it, I don't believe I've ever heard you criticize or reproach us Renans even once.
I'm no saint. I have skeletons in my closet too. There was definitely a time when I hated Renans for who they were. I hated them just for being Renan. But you changed that, Dohalim. You gave me an opportunity to see them in a different light. Thanks to your reforms, We were able to stand next to Renans not as slaves, but as equals for the first time in our lives. Of course, I'm sure there were some Renans who still hated us on the inside. But we knew that not all of you were like that. There were those of you who were good, and that was a start. When it comes down to it, Renans are just people. They can be good or bad, just like Dahnans.
That is, in essence, the heart of your approach, isn't it? That we're all people.
Yeah, it is. When you can pull someone aside and talk to them one-on-one, then you have the chance to come to an understanding. But as soon as you stereotype, that chance goes away, and you stop thinking of them as people that you can relate to.
I understand what you're saying, but we're talking about massive numbers of Renans and Dahnans alike. Realistically speaking, surely they won't all be able to get along.
Even if we end up butting heads with one person, maybe we'll find better luck among their friends. If we can build a society that works like that, that'll be something worth nurturing and protecting.
So you wish for people to form real bonds and do away with the hierarchy outright? To deal with one another as humans, and nothing more? That's the ideal future you hope to see when this is all over?
Yes, I do. I think it would make for a fine tribute to my brother's legacy. Though, that said, I would be doing it for the people of the future first and foremost. Do you still plan to return to Lenegis when this is over?
Indeed I do. I don't know whether I'll be able to reside in Lenegis proper, however. My first order of business may be to find somewhere to live.
You'll always have a home in Menancia, you know.
As I shall ever keep in mind.
Well, if you ever need a helping hand, don't hesitate to come get me. I'll always be there for you, Doe.
Did you just... Never mind. Thank you, Kisara. I appreciate your patience as I work all this out.
Don't even mention it. And really, when you think about it, now that we know the two of us aren't so different after all, don't you think that brings down a barrier that used to be between us?
You know, I hadn't actually thought of it that way before. But I do like the sound of it.
Yeah, I think I do too.
Hey, why'd you call me here? Was there something you wanted to talk about?
Well, if everything we've heard about the Great Spirit is true, then we're getting close to our final battle. So I wanted to apologize while I can.
Apologize? For what?
I was being real stupid before, about whether Dana's will had been controlling us and all that. I get why you're angry now. Anybody would be if something they trusted was being questioned. So, I'm sorry, Rinwell. Really. I should have kept my mouth shut.
No, Law. Honestly, I think you might have been onto something. Of course you were worried. Who wouldn't be if they found out there might be some invisible force pulling our strings this whole time?
But you really trust Dana's will, don't you? Is it because you can sense it a lot more than the rest of us? Because you can understand it?
Yeah, I think that might be part of it. But I think I also want to believe it's good.
Believe?
Remember how I used to really resent coming from a family of mages?
Yeah, of course. Because you were always on the run and had to live in hiding.
When we rescued Zephyr and I finally decided to come along with you all, something changed inside me. It was the first time I felt like my powers had any meaning, even if that meaning was only helping you guys fight. Then, when I felt Dana's will, I was overwhelmed by how vast and warm it was. It made me want to believe my powers were made to connect with it. It made me believe I had a bigger purpose.
So that's why you hope it doesn't turn out to be bad. You almost need it to be kind.
Yeah.
Well, all right. Then I promise I'll lay off bad-mouthing it.
You will?
There's no way for me to know for sure one way or the other, right? But you trust it, Rinwell, and that's enough for me. So I'll trust it because you do.
Remember what I said about neither planet's great spirit reaching us here?
Yeah?
That's not quite true. I can feel just a little bit of Rena's inside you and everyone else.
You... what?
I sensed it when we first got here. It's a really small amount, so it doesn't feel like it has a will of its own. But I think that's how Dana's energy probably is too.
So you're saying there's a little bit of Dana's will inside each of us? In a way, doesn't that mean we're all Dana's will?
What?
Well, like you said, unless Dana's energy comes together, it has no will. So if we all have a little bit of Dana's astral energy inside us...
Yeah, maybe...
Heverick 35 might know the answer. But, you know what? I don't need to ask it. My will is my own. I fight for who I want to fight for. That's who I am now. Who I've become. So thanks, Rinwell, for sharing that with me. To be honest, the only reason I was suspicious of Dana's will, well, I mean, it mostly was... I feel like you and I had grown apart lately, and I was worried it was because...
Huh?
Never mind. Nothing. Just forget about it.
Huh? No, what were you saying?
Saying? I don't remember saying anything.
Now you won't tell me what you were thinking?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Then spit it out already.
You sure you don't want to get some rest?
I can't. I've got too much on my mind. Especially knowing how close our last battle is. How are you doing, Xion?
Same as you, still trying to absorb everything.
Remember when it was so simple? We were only fighting all the lords on Dana? All of that feels like a lifetime ago, doesn't it?
Ages and ages ago. Everything that's happened since we first met. So many fights, so much chaos, so many wonderful people.
If I hadn't run into you that day, well, I wouldn't have met all of you. I never would have held the blazing sword or looked for something more. I wouldn't have my memories back. I'd still be a faceless slave, like as not long dead.
Hey, Alphen. I want you to promise me something.
Yeah?
If we can't find the Renis Alma, there's something I want you to do. Like Heverick 35 said, the only way we can end the Great Spirit for good is to go after both the main body in Rena and the thorns in me. I need you to promise me, Alphen, that if for some reason we can't get the Renis Alma back, you'll use the Blazing Sword to destroy the Great Spirit, and me along with it.
Huh?
It's true the Blazing Sword may not have the strength of the Renis Alma. But it's taken us this far. It's slain lords and beasts. At the very least, it has to be worth a try.
You can't. can't be serious. Have you forgotten everything
Listen,
that we...
The Great Spirit isn't just our problem. It's a threat to our entire world. Renans and Dahnans alike. We don't know what's going to happen when we face it, but we need to be prepared for anything. We can't second-guess ourselves when the time comes. I promise you, I'm not planning on going anywhere. I'm prepared to fight with absolutely everything I've got. But if it comes down to it, I need you to be prepared too.
Okay. But you should know that I'm not going to give up on you, Shionne. I'm going to fight this until the very end. I hope you can forgive me for that.
Alphen. Okay, I understand. And I'll forgive you.
Thank you, Shionne.
So it's a promise then?
Yeah, it's a promise.
I remember how I felt the first time you touched me. My thorns made any contact a mistake no one would ever make twice. After they'd seen what could happen, fear would always linger behind their eyes. In my entire life, I never had someone willingly reach out to me. But when you reached out to me and gently took my hand, you didn't react at all. It was so easy for you. I don't have words for the shock I felt in that moment.
That's because I couldn't feel pain back then.
Even once you could, though, you still chose to keep reaching out to me. And when you did, I felt this warmth that I had never known before. But still, I hate having to see you suffer through it every time you do.
You won't have to worry about that for much longer.
You think so?
I do, because Shionne,
No. You can tell me once my thorns are gone. Okay?
Yeah. Okay. Everybody get enough rest? We ready for this?
Yeah, we should probably get moving.
Agreed. Can't stand around waiting all day.
Our task is relatively straightforward. We need only descend down to Rena, defeat the Great Spirit, and restore stability to both worlds.
We're fighting for a new future for both Dana and Rena.
Right. We've come this far. We will save our worlds. That's a promise.
Then let's go, everybody. We've got one last wall to tear down.
Repairs on your starship are complete. Everything is in working order.
Is that you, Hevrek 35? You can see us from where you are?
I can. I can see anywhere within the bounds of Dake Faisal.
Sounds like someone's a peeping Tom.
Maybe we should give Hevrek 35 a break. It has been stuck in this tiny facility for a very, very long time.
I have unlocked all functions on your starship. You can now make use of its warp drive.
Warp drive? Wait, you mean like what the Red Women used on us? What brought us here?
It's possible that the Red Women may have found a way to activate it on the starship. They are Helganquil, after all.
Using the warp drive, you should be able to breach Rena's atmosphere without being detected.
Wait, should?
You'll need to be careful. Due to the force field surrounding Rena, the ship will be unable to go any further than the surface of the planet.
So, once we reach the shell, it appears we'll have to infiltrate the core by foot. Understood.
We gotta go all the way down just walking?
Will all the Helganquil go back to normal once we defeat the Great Spirit? I have a strange feeling we're going to have to fight them before this is all over.
The extinction of my people is inevitable at this stage. As such, it would be illogical to risk the success of the mission in a vain attempt to save my kind.
We understand.
Can't that thing lighten up a bit? Everything it says seems to be about what's illogical.
Well, come on, Doe.
Hold up, did you just...
You heard the lady. Get going.
I have one last question.
What?
As Sovereign, your identification number indicates that you are well past your predicted life expectancy. Similarly, the Maiden lacks any identification number, as her function should have been rendered unnecessary. Despite this, the two of you continue to exist. Why?
We exist because others have entrusted this to us. Over the years, many people have come together and sworn to see this through to the end.
You mean it is because of multiple chance interactions? The likelihood of such events is statistically improbable. Why have you two continued to persist under these conditions?
It's hard to explain. To be honest, I don't think it's something an observer could understand. All right, time to get back on the Fall Knight.
It would appear that our Helganquil host really has fulfilled its end of the bargain.
You know what that means. Time to go to Rena.
I guess this means we should give that warp drive a spin.
There's nothing here. This weird ocean we're surrounded by just stretches out everywhere. Is this really where the Helganquil come from?
I don't sense even a trace of astral energy. This world is dead.
Then this must be the Hollowing.
You mean to tell me this whole world, the entire ocean is that stuff?
And it's covering everything. The entire planet.
This is what the Great Spirit does. After it depleted this planet of every last speck of astral energy, it went after Dana.
So arresting. This world of doom.
Back in its day, Rena was probably just as vibrant as Dana is. But after being robbed of its astral energy for so long, those days are gone and past. This is all that will remain.
So the Great Spirit took everything. It stole energy not just from living beings, but the land, the sea, everything.
And it bound the Helganquil in servitude, until their whole world was nothing but this. And by the looks of it, that's how it remains to this day. A world of death and emptiness.
With nothing left here to consume, the Great Spirit turned its sights on Dana, looking for another host.
You're saying if we don't stop it, this is what Dana's going to look like?
We can be sure that even these few remaining remnants of Renan life will not be spared in the end.
If the oblivion and darkness both Shion and Naori saw comes to pass, nothing will survive. It looks like we can climb down from there. Let's take a look.
So this is
A hollowed ocean as far as the eye can see.
What do you mean, what would happen?
Come to think of it, I don't believe I've heard of someone ever trying.
I'll pass.
This is essentially a world-sized Renan graveyard. Are you proposing—
No, because I said—
Taking an interest is understandable, but let's not—
Looks like we're not going to be hearing the—
You'd think I was already snorkeling in it or something. So the idea is to seal the Great Spirit inside the Renis Alma using the—
I'm guessing it won't be as easy as holding a spirit.
I already had wielded astral energy once 3 centuries ago. As for the problem isn't just our enemy's strength. It's that it's sentient, too.
In other words, we need to find some way to weaken it in advance.
Back when Shion's thorns flew out of control, we were able to deal with them directly.
If that's the case, it should make them easier to attack at least. And if we can manage to divert—
We might just be able to weaken it enough to steal the Renis Alma. It won't be easy, but it— Question for you. Let's say—
What'll the world be like?
Yeah, I mean, at the end of it—
A lot will have to change, that's for sure.
What do you mean?
It's well and good putting an end to Renan rule. But if—
That's true.
Renans, Danans, astral—
If only we could see differences like that for what they are. Not differences.
It will take someone in power to set an example.
There will no longer be any need for the example.
That's where we come in. We can set— Imagine it.
Oh, yeah, you're right, Rinwell.
I wonder what Helganquil's civilization was.
I can imagine that'd be something—
There's no question it must have been—
I get that you're itching to delve into its history.
Put a pin in it, and you can do all the research.
I can think of worse things than a retirement dedicated to research. As for whether—
It's a little early to be giving it serious.
A man can dream, though.
Oh, we didn't say there's any—
In your case, Dohalim.
You'll need to stay with us for now, though.
Why do I feel this is less of a compliment?
Just a friendly suggestion.
Looks like we've warped into that pit of astral energy.
Hey!
Is this about dinner last night?
What?
Rinwell, the
oh, yeah, right. So I was—
Yeah, they're designed to make—
Right. So it kind of begs—
I don't know, makes them more intimidating, I guess?
You don't think it's weird how the armored soldiers are the—
Can't say I'd ever—
Connect the dots!
Okay, let me get this straight. You think the armored—
Huh.
It would mean—
Not hugely. Hey, Kisara.
Get him, Hootle. Oh, now you want to listen. Keep—
Ow, ow, ow! Seriously, what the hell? You know, guys, when you think about it, we've taken—
You can say that again. If one thing's for certain—
Isn't it weird that they're still so plentiful?
Certainly in all of my years, I've never heard of them constructing such a—
The only thing I can think of, then, is that the feral ones must be
There's also no organized effort on our part to hunt them.
Exterminate them?
What do you mean?
Zeugles originally used to be living creatures native—
You're right. Zeugles were only created
First people made Zeugles, and then we let them go. And now...
I hope we find a way to be able...
It's a nice thought, but they attacked town...
Aside from the strays that have gone wild, it's worth remembering that...
If we had distinct territories that didn't overlap...
Well, I guess when you look at it that way...
Helganquil!
Guess they don't need their Red Woman disguises anymore.
Wait, can you understand us?
It's no use. We're not going to get through to them.
So they really are being controlled. In that case, we've got no choice.
I knew there was something off here!
They're not pulling punches. We have no choice but to beat them at their own game.
Raging Cascade! Seal!
Come on!
Now let's
Take
go
it!
out
Sword! Sword Ring Alpha!
I'm going to need to use all the power of my healing arts to accomplish this.
The enemy wields arts too.
You'll soon see about that!
It's too much!
I'll burn it all! Flaming pillar! Fire!
Resonate with the earth!
My turn! What my heart can do!
Forgive me.
Stay away from my friend! I owe you one.
I can carve through armor!
Holy Lamp! Resuscitation!
Far enough! Their arts were interrupted!
I healed myself.
Shield faces here and now!
Raging Sword!
Hurricane away!
Now!
Look out, Halim!
All yours, Kisara.
Too slow!
Lightning condense!
Now I'm in the groove!
Fire to the shadows! Right up the ray!
Alright, let me out!
Now or never. Commander of Heaven.
Phoenix Cyclone! Too slow!
Here's the evil!
Thankful arrow!
Hurricane Blast! I can handle it! Now!
Shion!
Go for it!
Prepare to crumble!
Think we overdid it?
Not by a long shot!
Raging Storm! Thanks! Just
Ready and rare!
do it! Storm!
How about
Astral Energy! Full throttle!
Alphen.
I can't forgive them for what they've done, but I hate killing them. They don't even know why they're fighting. How does that even make them any different from the Dahnan slaves?
Perhaps. However, if we don't make a choice, the guilt of not...
Yeah, I know.
I wonder if we're going to get attacked again.
I thought there'd be more dirt and rocks.
I would imagine they're remnants left behind by the Helgang.
It's incredible.
Hey, these guys built Lenegis, remember?
If they had the power to create things like this, or rather, was that the only use the Great Spirit... We haven't seen anyone here except Helganquil.
The true citizens of Rena. What a shame that they have become nothing more than puppets to the great. To think of the promise their accomplishments once held. They had the potential.
Do you think we could have got along with them?
Like all of us, you mean? I suppose it's difficult.
I think we may have had the chance.
You and Alphen both share an On the contrary, I should like to take a leaf from your book myself.
Just look at the size of that thing. In the past 300 years. No.
Regarding the past 3 centuries, at least. While I get that it's impressive and all, I'm just amazed you're still...
I can understand where he's coming from.
What do you mean where it leads?
And that doesn't strike you as sounding just a little bit, I don't know, far? There has to...
Yeah. With all this technology, there must be some kind of device.
Borrow one of their contraptions?
If it works for them, there's no reason.
You know what he's like, Law. Once he...
Out of my way! First strike! Let me out! You could use a hand. Like moth to the flame. Watch this! The power of Talon Horn! I got you! Too fast!
Stand back! I'll trip it up. Thanks, Sheila.
Be careful not to overdo it.
I'm sorry.
Appreciate
You go.
Blade Guard! Tiger Blade! Crumble! Dragon Shell! Hurricane right out the door! All right! Reload! Do it! Swordblade Alpha! Demon's Descent! Flashing Fang! Too slow! Light up the dark! I'm ready to go!
You've got pretty impressive aim there.
Thought of taking up the rifle yourself?
This is more my style.
The flame inside is to be let free! All yours, Kisara!
Didn't even break a sweat.
I wonder how the Renans avoided being mind-controlled like the hell.
I'd say it's likely.
Ironic?
The Renans have committed grave injustices against the Danans. Now, it turns out they...
Which must mean that the root of their evil isn't the Great Spirit.
Now hang on, though. It was that same free... Without it, we wouldn't have been able to beat hatred and forge all those...
Law's entirely right.
Yeah.
What'd he say?
He said, without...
Is this a dead end?
It appears this whole room functions as an elevator. That apparatus there is likely what's used to control it.
What the... Where did they come from?
Less worry, more action. Concentrate. Talon Storm! Searing Flame! Blizzard Blow! Airborne Beasts. Now I'm in the group. On guard. Talon Storm!
Pesky airborne scoundrels!
Sounds like a job for yours truly. Now I'm in the group. I'm going to use all the power of my healing art to accomplish. Light up the dark. I'm ready to go. Storm! Rise and shine! Sonic Thrust! Light up the dark! Great Alpha! Storm! Rain Slash! It's turning down a wall now! Faithful Arrow! Hurricane Strike! Excited! Finish it!
Alphen! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
There you go, Alphen!
It's time to end this battle!
I'm right beside you!
We've turned the tables on!
Reinforcements incoming! Not a problem! Get toasty!
Burn Strike!
Get behind me! Let them run!
Burn! Rip and tear!
Annihilation! Where are you going?
Run and ready! Make it way! Far enough! Faster! Talon Storm!
Glacial Spear!
Glacial Fire! Eat this! Hurricane Strike! First Strike! Rising Wyvern! Thunder Death Blossom! Hurricane Strike! Here I come!
You see what happened there as you crossed me. Shouldn't have done that.
Let's shot! Talon Hurricane! Blizzard Blow!
Make your way! Dohalim! This one's got your name on it!
To action!
By the power of
Too
flame!
slow! Lightning Strike! I'll crush you! Lightning Reflexes! Tenebrous Claw!
More Sucos?
Keep calm and take them down!
Faithful Arrow! Dragon Shell! Look shot! Burn! First Strike! I'll end you! This one's mine! Here! Eat this! I'll end you! More? Pierce through!
I never miss!
Talon Storm!
Blending
Flash!
Searing Flame! Flame of Fury! Burning
Rising Wyvern! Death Blossom! Finish it!
Alphen! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
You're wide open! Rising Wyvern! Eat this!
No further!
Mirage!
Resonate with the earth! Stalagmite! Elusive deity! I'll face you! Can you take it? Elusive deity!
I thought you were going to wreck them.
Hurricane strike! Lightning strike!
Dragon swarm!
Can you take it?
Sword Rain Alpha!
I'm going to use all the power of my healing arts to accomplish
Fearing Gale! Crush! Sword Rain Alpha! I'm ready!
Lightning! Get toasty!
Burn strike!
Are they calling reinforcements?
Thin them out! Don't get surrounded!
Not in your dreams!
Here I come!
You have such an incredible technique!
Brute force is nothing without elegance of form.
I don't know if I'd say nothing.
Dazzle! Rising Phoenix!
No more playing nice!
Here's an illuminator!
Water, hear my call!
Sword Rain Alpha!
Glacial Spear!
I'm ready! Totally! In an instant! Impact Block! More? Take this! Soaring Light Spear! Fearing Gale!
One more!
Take this!
Radiant Pierce!
Fluid
Now!
Shape! Light Burst Force!
Radiant Genesis!
Glacial
More?
Spear! Pierce Evil!
Take this! Lunar Rondo! Devastation!
Illuminate the
Tunnel
dark!
Phoenix Fang!
Lunar
Castle!
Holy Land!
Take
I'm
this!
all stopped up!
Fluid Escape!
Mega Ray!
Take this!
Gemini
No
Alpha!
go!
Now!
Remove!
Astral Energy!
Say no more! Now!
Soaring
Take
Current!
this! Soaring Light Spear!
A whirling
Resonate with the earth!
Stalagmite!
Fear is within the soil.
Awakening Recon! Ignite! Dragon Swarm!
Lightning! Now!
Remove!
Astral Energy!
Say no more! Got it!
Well
Now!
done!
On your knees! Sword Rain Alpha! Lightning Thrust!
Air pressure!
Blinding you
In
apart!
here!
Enough! Dragon Swarm!
Alright!
No further. Precision, precision, timing. All of it.
Sword
That's
Rain
it?
Alpha!
Nothing else to add?
So I still had room to grow. Even in such a harsh environment as this, there are still creatures here?
You think they're native to Rena? Or could they be Zeugles somehow?
Whatever they are, they're dangerous. Watch yourselves around them.
You think that pit...
Seriously?
Where are you
Is this a
going?
joke?
Rising Orb!
Hurricane Steel! One more! Lightning Strike! Right here! I got you!
Dragon Gale!
Insects should stay on the ground.
Round and
I can carve through pesky airborne scoundrels.
Sounds like a job for yours truly.
Fitted to here and now!
I'm gone! Hurricane!
Rip and tear! Death!
Watch this! Hurricane Strike!
I'll run you through! First strike!
Here goes! Igneous Pierce!
Fire ahead.
Rising Wyvern! Take it!
I'm gone!
Go away!
Go for it!
Prepare to crumble!
Think we overdid it?
Not by a long shot!
Do it!
Ringwell!
Frozen!
Hammer!
Radiant
Be
Pierce!
still! No escape!
I'll stop your movement!
And I'll stop your life!
Radiant Lunge!
Hurricane Bolero!
By the power of
Anything
never
normal
miss!
is all Meteor! Inferno! Ringwell!
Frozen!
Hammer!
Looks like it could be worth something.
Pow! First strike! No further!
Hurricane Roar! Beast of Fire!
Steel!
Tectonic Punch! You wanna play? Come at me! Freaking justice!
Rising Falcon!
Blow away! Look sharp!
Eternal devastation!
On guard!
Eat this!
I'm on a roll now!
Radiant
Crescent Dragon Shout!
Too fast!
Stand back. I'll trip it up.
These fists have got your name on them!
Talon Storm! Look sharp!
Sonic Thrust! Try this!
Explosion! Not much longer to go.
Come on. One final push.
Let's do this together, Alphen.
Soaring Alpha! Talon Storm!
First strike! Burn in hell! First strike! Shield and mace! Burn in hell!
Radiant
Hurricane blow away! Blow away! Dust to dust! Crumble!
Flame of fury!
Flame inside me! Yearns to be like crazy! Rising Wyvern! Sion!
Get toasty!
Burn strike!
Right, next one.
Already on!
Out of
Dragon shout!
Fake
Rising Wyvern!
Hurricane strike!
Strike!
On guard!
Mirage!
How much longer will our healing arts last?
An opponent like this should be easy. Alright, strike! Demon Fang! Take this! Double Demon Fang! Incineration Wave!
Two heads! I'm not even there! I never miss!
I'm just another one!
I'm
ready for focus! Burn!
Prepare to be sealed,
Get behind me!
Actually, perhaps bound is more appropriate.
Ignite!
Less talking, more doing!
First strike! Roar! You're mine! I'm not ready!
What is that? Hey, you okay?
I can still do this!
Lunar Blast!
Guardian Shield! Hurricane!
Do it!
First strike!
Astral Energy! Full throttle!
Watch this! Guardian Shield! I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
Will this
Eat this! Time to strike! Can't move!
Don't leave me!
Watch this! Fake Bolero! Death Blossom!
Resurrection!
Come and get it!
Hear my
Talon
call!
Storm! Dragon Shell!
Burning
Talon Storm! Demon Fang! Talon Storm!
Here's a
Double Demon Fang! Talon Storm! Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang! Talon Hurricane! Destructive! Triple! Demons Descend! Flashing Fang! Light up the door! Sword Rain Alpha!
Let me out of power of water! Hear me! Flame of fury! Burning strike! Hear my call!
Take this!
Blast!
I'm not done!
Glacial
Soaring
Spear!
Red Spear!
Evil!
Rising Phoenix!
Time Lancer!
Dragon Claw!
Holy Ram!
No escape! Ignite!
Will this help?
Dragon Swarm! Sword
It
Rain
looks like you
Alpha!
got this one covered!
I owe you one! Incineration
Glacial Spear!
Wave!
You're all too human. To stop me dying?
Freeze Lancer!
Strike! Dragon
Serial
Swarm!
Force! Where are you going?
I'm not done! I can carve through all!
I'm going to need to use all the power of my healing arts to accomplish this.
Allow me to help you. Here I
How
come!
about this?
Dragon
Death shall not be forgotten.
Hold nothing back! Take this!
This one is mine.
Awaken! Take this!
Black Salt!
Sword Rain Alpha!
Fantastic.
Now my clothes heal my weary companion. Kill!
Their
arts
were interrupted.
Captivity! I'll burn it all! Flaming Pillar! Fire!
Hurricane Strike!
Benediction light.
Lightning Strike!
Heal! Now I can let loose!
Hurricane
Too much! Dragon
Pull
Swarm!
myself together.
Thank you for all your help.
Please, don't mention it.
I'm glad to know someone.
You're mine!
Soaring Blast!
Dragon Swarm!
Eagle Ray!
Now you see what I can do!
Let's make
Sword
it
Rain
rain!
Alpha! Chill!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
This should make for some good weapon crafting material.
That equipment should come in handy.
Guess I misread the landing.
That's far enough! I'm on it! This one's mine!
You require a hand.
In a bind?
I can't heal you forever!
Talon Storm! Sonic Shield and Demon Fang!
Here's evil!
Incineration Wave!
Freeze Lancer! Flaming Here's
I'm
evil!
on a roll now!
This one's all mine.
I'm on it!
Ignite!
It's showtime!
Hurricane Strike! Here, let me help!
Hurricane! Swallow Blade! First round!
My head's spinning!
Watch now!
Will this help?
Eternal Devastation!
I never miss!
Demon Fang! Talon Demon Fang! I'm on it! Watch this! Now you see what I can do! First strike!
Healing
Why'd you heal me?
To stop you dying?
Watch this! Inferno!
Relax! Back into the fray!
Annihilate! Shockwave Strike! This one's mine! Talon Hurricane!
Lunar Corruption! Smash the
Burn! You're mine!
And then outstanding form!
Watch this! I'm on it!
Gravitas Field! It's time to finish this! Die! Consuming Wildfire! Searing Flame!
Eat this! Take this! I can carve through
This
armor!
one's mine!
Eat
Earn
this!
her back!
Lunar Rondo!
A charge like that could easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop her!
To be let free!
Free
I'll
fire!
end you!
Let's keep up! Make it rain! Kisara! I'll stop your movement!
And I'll stop your life!
Does anyone else think this may be just a bit too tough for us?
These structures don't look like anything built by the Renans. Or even what we saw in the Forbidden Zone.
Perhaps this is the true architectural style of the Helganquil. Or perhaps the opposite, given their situation.
You mean like how some places favor building stuff with stone, while others rely on...
I won't forgive you!
Don't worry, I've got
Easter!
plenty to go around.
Hear my call! Glacial These things really get on my nerves! I never miss!
Pesky airborne scoundrels.
Sounds like a job for yours truly!
Leave the ensnaring to me.
Yeah! And pummeling to
Make
me!
it rain! This one's got your name on it!
Action to action.
You're wide open!
Radiant here! Glacial
These fists have got your name on them! I'm on it! Take this! Here on it!
One more! Radiant here!
Dust to dust!
Radiant
Blow
here!
away! Big blast!
Lunar Corruption!
Blow away!
Annihilation!
Eat dirt!
Here's the net! Reload!
Talon Storm!
Lunar Corruption!
Sonic
Hurricane by the power of lightning! Astral energy! Full throttle!
You're wide open! Come and get it!
You require a hand.
Radiant here! Hurricane
Talon Storm!
All yours, Kisara.
I got it.
Got what?
I can chop up vegetable scraps and use them in the seasonings.
Should've known that's what it was gonna be about.
That's far enough!
First strike! You picked the wrong fight! Dragon Shell! Inferno Punch! Severing Wind! Heal! Eat this! Dragon Swarm! Come and get it!
Meteor!
Armor won't save you! I'm on a roll now!
Do it!
Shion!
Get toasty!
Burn Strike!
Right, next one!
Flaming
Meteor!
Already on! Double Demon Fang!
Here!
Rising Order! I'm on it!
Downfall!
Finish it! Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade! Too slow!
One more!
Rising Wyvern!
Mega Ray!
Well then, let's keep moving.
my best! How about
Not
this?
today!
Talent Storm! Flaming Meteor!
You're mine! I'm not done!
Careful!
That'll bring you
It has
down.
some kind of camouflage!
That freaking does it!
The picture is dropping! I owe you one for that.
Radiant Pierce!
I'm on yours!
I can carve through armor!
Double Demon Fang!
Talent Storm! The power of light!
Demon Fang! It's on!
I'm
You
just
picked the
getting
wrong
started.
fight!
I really owe you one.
Light up the dark!
Take
I got you!
Crumble! You're mine!
Now I'm in the groove. These fists have got your name on them.
Lunar Rondo!
Light up the dark!
Rising Phoenix!
I'm ready to hurricane!
Rising Viper!
Now I'm in the groove.
Rising Phoenix!
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
Will this help? Light up the dark! I owe you.
Sword Rain Alpha!
I don't know what I'd do without you.
Perhaps now isn't the time?
I really do.
Just as well, I'm here to stop
Anything in armor is all mine.
Guardian
Roll
Rail!
now.
I'm ready to go!
I'm in trouble.
Call a doctor!
If there was one, we would have
called it. That's a good thing. I got you!
Demon Fang!
I'm really done.
I hope this didn't
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
I'm going to need to use all of the
Ignite!
Now I'm in the groove! My head's spinning just watching you! Inferno crossing!
Get toasty!
Bird strike! These bad guys really don't mess around.
I'll do my best! I'm on! Far enough!
You require help! Be still!
That's where you take it! You wanna
driving
play?
me mad.
Come at me! Where are you going? Talent Storm!
They've got flyers!
I've got it now! Let a marksman handle it!
All yours!
Eat this!
Hurricane reload!
Take this! First strike!
Strike!
Take this!
Inferno Torrent!
On guard! Round and pound!
Arc Shield! Hurricane
Finish it!
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
First strike! You're mine!
Now I'm in the groove.
Do it!
Shield!
This one's got your name on it!
Action to action!
Look sharp!
Here!
Take Bolero! Take this!
Here's evil!
Talent Storm!
Hurricane
Go away!
You're mine!
I'm on
Finish without a
Sword Rain
trail!
Alpha!
I can't do it!
Totally! In an instant!
Impact block!
Sometimes I wonder where you come up with those moves.
I could say the same to you.
I'll do my best!
Here's evil!
Talent Storm!
Freeze
Lightning
it!
Meteor! Talent Storm!
Rise and red!
Where are you going?
Now I'm in the
Demon
groove!
Fang! Double Demon Fang!
Glimmer Dragon! Switch off it!
Reload!
Demon Fang!
Talent
Double
Storm! What
Demon
my
Fang!
heart can do! Rise and shine!
Tectonic punch! How about this?
Come and get it!
And more than you're over now! Demon Fang!
My head's spinning just watching you!
Flavor Fury!
You're mine!
What the hell is going on?
Fall back, Alpha! We'll take point here!
Thanks.
Not today!
Take this! Blow away!
Flaming Meteor!
You're mine! There!
Let's keep up the
Demon
pressure!
I'll end you! In a bind?
Damn it! Out of it! I'm all stopped up!
I'm not done!
How about this?
Here I Trust me. Shouldn't have done that.
Inferno crossing! Destruction! Talon hurt!
Anything in armor is all mine.
Have this picture of hell! Light up the dark!
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
I'm going to need to use all the power of my healing arts to accomplish
shot!
each
Bang blast!
Flaming meteor! Lion Howl!
Destruction! Standing form! Inferno! This one's mine!
Here goes! Now you see what I can do!
Golden Power!
Lightning! Don't mind if I do!
Inferno crossing!
No further!
I may have bit off more than I could chew.
No one playing nice! Denied!
Finish it! Ridwell! Demon's Descent! Flashing Fang!
Well, looky here!
Way! Eat this! Here goes!
Ignite!
Here comes!
Crumble!
Here goes!
Here!
Get behind me!
Totally Alpha! That freaking does it!
Look sharp! Healing circle!
I'm sorry to be a bother.
We've all got enough on this.
Yes, ma'am.
Appreciate the help. Hurricane Flight!
Here I come!
Do it!
Eat this!
Go, Halim!
All yours, Kisara! You're Big blast! I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
Hurricane Flight! Make it rain!
Get toasty!
Burn strike!
Right,
You're
next
wide
one!
open! It's time! Already
Hurricane
on!
Flight! Do it! On guard!
Ridwell! Light burst forth!
Radiant citizen!
I think I'm getting the hang of this. You're...
Definitely way stronger.
Yeah, nothing motivates you like having stakes this high.
This might be some decent equipment.
Anything that makes battles easier is okay by me.
Gotta break through!
Guardian Shield!
This one's mine!
Nothing gets by me!
Rising Lightning!
Storm!
Hurricane Gust!
Guardian
Roll
Shield!
now!
Guardian Shield! Storm! I'm ready to do! Mega Ray! Torn
That
up!
could easily be fatal.
You're mine!
Just as well, I'm here to stop! Glacial Fire! Glacial Spear! Glacial Dark! I got you! Laser!
Now you see what I can do!
Here I go! Into the shadow!
Take me
Fire!
out!
Demon Fang! Turbo Demon Fang!
Amazing.
Try this on for
Here! shadow!
Crumble!
It's time to finish this! Die! Consuming wildfire! This one's mine!
I'm on it! How about shattering of pieces?
How do you like being pounded into shape?
Watch it!
Burn up!
Talon Storm!
Hurricane
Everyone win! Crumble! Right now I'm in the groove! Dazzle!
Tempest Blade! I'll take you all on! Ha! Flare the Malachor! Lunar Corruption!
Time to shine! I'm on it!
By the power of water!
Here I come! Swallow Blade! This time! Double Demon Fang! This one's mine!
By the power of water!
Raging Flame!
Searing Flame! Let's keep up the party! Water, hear my call!
Hurricane!
Do it! Get toasty!
Burn Strike!
Hey, I'm pretty lucky.
Hey, what do you say we fight that shining enemy?
Brace yourself! This one's tough! I'll smash you!
Crescent Moon!
Raging
Right here!
Flame!
I got you! I can't kill you forever!
Watch this!
Lunar Corruption! By the power of water!
Lost my
By the power of flame!
Raging Flame!
What's in the sky is mine!
Watch this!
This one's mine!
I'll burn it all! Flaming Pillar! Fire! Here I come! Demon Fang!
Hear my call!
Double Demon Fang! Flame!
Inferno!
This has got your name on them! Talon Storm!
Inferno Crossing!
Raging Flame! Sword Alpha! Lightning Blast! Colonel Demon
Get toasty!
Burn Strike!
Right, next
Now
one!
I'm in the groove! Already on! Infernal Turret! Hell! Shattering the pieces!
Get toasty!
Burn Strike!
There's always room for improvement.
Gotta break through! I'm like bait to them!
Any more of this and I'll burn out.
Where are you going? I'm ready! Beast Assault!
Talon Hurricane!
Flame!
Not today!
Reload! Piercing Roar! Here is Flame of Fury!
Got fires!
I've got this! Let a marksman handle it!
All yours! First strike! All finished!
You require a hand.
Demon Fang! Damn it! It's too fast!
Stand back. I'll trip it up.
Inferno Crossing! By the power of flame!
Talon Hurricane! Demon Fang! Eat dirt!
Lunar
Glimmer Dragon!
Lunar Blast! I'm all stuffed up!
First strike! You're mine!
I'm just getting started!
We barely managed to turn that battle. You don't need to sound surprised. Perhaps I'll put more faith in you then.
Well, I certainly won't argue.
Talon Hurricane! On guard! Hurricane! Make it rain! Go for it! Prepare to crumble! Think we overdid it?
Now I'm in the groove!
Not by a long shot.
Too slow! Limit tear!
Evil!
Beast
Assault!
Too slow!
If it's in the sky, it's mine!
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
Remember to tell me if you need healing.
I expect you'll be in high demand if that's the case.
Get lost!
picked the wrong fight! Talon Storm!
Downfall!
Blazing Blade! I'm just getting started! Soaring Crossfire! You're on!
Talon Storm! Ready to go! That'll bring you down! Guardian Field! Alright, let me out!
First strike! It's time to finish you here and now! Blazing Blade!
Annihilation!
Guardian Field!
Alright, their arms were interrupted!
Rising Weather! You're mine!
Now, I'll take you all on! Ha! Flare the Malisa! I'll heal you all!
First strike! Blazing Blade!
Outstanding form!
I'll do without sorry to be a father.
We've all got enough.
Yes, ma'am.
By the power of water!
First strike! Burn in hell!
Coming on! Hurricane Strike!
First strike!
Lightning Strike!
Here I come!
Healing Circle!
Dragon Form!
And just like that, I'm back in it. Start by holding the front line. No sooner said than done.
There!
Eat this! This one's mine! Let me show you what my time to shine!
Blazing Blade!
Flaming Meteor! I'm just getting ground and pound!
Sonic Thrust!
Take this.
Try this!
Take the power! I'm ready!
Astral Arc?
That's my cue.
Shut him down.
Oh, now I'm real mad.
Ready to go! Talon Storm!
Double Demon Blade! Shake dirt!
Guardian Field! I'm ready to go!
Blazing Blade! Normal Blade!
Healing Circle!
Here,
Do it!
Shion!
Get toasty!
Burn Strike!
That's quite the technique.
Gotta break through! I'm on it! I'll thrash you!
Glacial Fire!
Here's
this one's mine!
I'm on it!
I'm just getting started!
Now we're not
ready to go! My
Take
healing
this.
arts to accomplish
Coming through! Ha! Mount! Scarlet Inferno!
Here's a healing arts!
Okay, here I go! Soaring Light Sphere!
Now standing form! Flame!
Eat dirt! That's enough! Shield and Photon!
Igneous Discharge!
Blazing Blade!
Hold on to your
Light
arms.
Sphere!
Here I come.
Dragon Form! I can carve through! Prepare to be sealed!
I'm going to use all the power
Take
of my
this.
healing arts to accomplish this.
Take Bolero!
Hurricane Strike!
Wind!
Beast of Song!
Lunar Rising Storm!
Piercing
It
Roar!
was nice while it lasted.
Pierce through! Try
Here's
this!
a healing art!
Now I'm in the
Ready
groove.
to
Hurricane Strike!
Igneous Storm!
Here!
That's enough! Demon
I
Pierce!
launched it on stuff!
Watch this.
The power of Annihilation! I'm ready to
Burn in hell!
Talon Storm! Water, hear my call! Hurricane Strike!
Heavy Phoenix!
Hurricane
Armor won't save you.
Rising Wyvern!
Hurricane Strike!
You're on!
Primed and ready!
Burn!
Guardian Field! I never miss!
See what happened there is you crossed me. I shouldn't have done that.
Here I come!
This one's mine!
Trouble!
Healing Circle! Inferno Crossing!
Now I can let loose.
So much for
Make
sitting
it
this
rain.
fight out.
Get toasty!
Burn Strike!
Those bombs? The viewers are amazing.
Who needs a gun when you can send them flying? That equipment should come in handy.
Out of my way!
I'm on it! Yearns to be let flash enough! It's go time!
Lunar Blast!
Steel!
Talon
Storm! Incineration Wave!
Inferno Crossing!
Coming through.
I'm on it.
How about
Watch
this?
this.
Double Demon
Time
Fang!
to
Can't
shine!
get out of this.
Searing
Destruction!
Blast!
Eternal Devastation!
devastation!
I'm all stuck up!
Blazing flame! Demon Crimp!
Lightning! Hear me!
Outstanding form!
Flaming
Lethal
Claw!
Spear! Pierce evil!
Rising Falcon!
Talon Hurricane! Ready to go!
I can carve through armor!
Burn! Into the shadows!
You picked the wrong fight!
I'm on it!
Talon Storm! Dragon Form!
Flaming Meteor! Talon Hurricane!
Demon Fang!
I'm just getting started.
Ribbon Tear!
Now I'm in the groove.
Hurricane Strike! Beast Assault!
Lost my focus.
I owe you one.
Recover! Slack Claw!
I'm not done!
Reload!
Shattering pieces. Attack time.
Talon Thrust!
This one's
Rising
mine!
the flaming sun! I'm not yours to be rent-free! Blazing Flame!
Watch this.
Eternal Devastation!
Lunar Blast Ball!
Destruction!
I'll run you through.
Eternal Devastation! Burn in hell!
Mega Ray!
Shouldn't have messed with me. I'm on it. Talon Storm.
Aw, two
Severing
giant
Wing!
pillows! Here!
I'll finish you here and now.
Blade!
Take this.
Incineration Wave!
Crumble.
Guardian Field! Talon Storm! Let me out! Lunar, this one's mine! Ready to go!
Armor won't save you.
Sword Rain Alpha!
Talon Hurricane.
Guardian Field!
Take the
Eternal Devastation!
I'll end you.
Shion! Go for it!
Prepare to crumble.
You were practically a blur. Together with your marksmanship, we make quite the team.
I won't forgive you!
Sword Rain Alpha!
Denied!
Devastation!
That freaking does it! Light up the dark!
You could use a hand.
Show me what my art can do! Rise and shine!
Sword Rain Alpha! Raining Storm! Ignite!
Resurrection! Crescent Moon!
Pierce. Shattering
pieces!
I'll take you all on!
Ha! Flare the Malisa! Ha! Hurricane Strike! Talon Storm!
My head's spinning just watching you!
Annihilation!
Rising Wyvern! Take
Blazing Flame. This freaking does it.
Okay, here I go!
Talon Storm!
Pierce through!
All right.
Rising Wyvern!
Talon Hurricane.
Damn it!
Death. I'm just getting started.
Dragon Shout! Flaming Thrust!
Hurricane Strike!
I'll crush you. Lightning reflexes. Tenebrous claw.
I'll heal you all!
I'll finish you here and now.
The flame inside no further to be let free!
Talon Hurricane!
Sugar Demon
Searing Flame! Reload!
Rising Wyvern!
Into the shadows!
This one keeps charging us!
That's what my shield's for. Get behind me.
Done!
I'll take you all on!
Ha! Flare the Malisa! Going in!
Not today!
Guardian Field!
Here I go! Be still!
Rising
I'll finish you here and now.
Hurricane Strike!
Demon
Talon Storm! Elvis!
Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and shiny mood.
That enemy looks strong.
We're in for a long slog with this one.
One more!
Mom,
This
the
one's
flame.
mine!
Hold nothing back!
Rip and tear.
Rising Wyvern!
Here,
All
let me
this
help!
flying free. Give me just sit still.
Sia, can you take care of them?
No sooner said than done!
I'll finish you here and now.
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
I'll heal
Talon
you!
Hurricane!
Hurricane Strike!
Burn!
Healing Talon Storm!
Why'd you heal me?
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
There you go, Alvin!
It's time to end this battle!
I'm right beside you!
What's that?
Inferno
Rising
Punch!
Wyvern!
Prime and range! Eagle
Rising Phoenix!
Talon Storm! I'll take you all on! Ha! Flare to Malika! I never miss!
Soaring Light Spear!
Here's a healing arm! Hurricane Strike! Fateful Arrow! Eat this! Now I'm in the groove! Eat this! Lightning Strike!
And more of this and I'll burn out!
Rising Wyvern! Soaring Light Spear!
Hurricane Strike!
I'll finish you right now!
Strike! I'll stop your movement!
And I'll stop your life! And
I'll stop it! Let's keep on the
see what happened there if you crossed me. Should have done that.
Burn!
Steel! Water! Hear my call!
Rising Wyvern!
Glacial
Light
Spear!
Spear!
Here's the meteor!
Now I'm in the groove!
Freeze Lancer!
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
Talon Hurricane!
Shield and Fang! I can carve through. Now I'm in the groove.
Hurricane Strike! Lunar Blast! Lightning
Raging
My head's
Blade!
spinning just watching you!
Here's through! Double Demon Fang! Talon
Hurricane!
Hurricane!
Don't mind if I do!
In a vine.
This isn't ideal.
Severing Wing!
This one's mine!
Rising Wyvern!
I never miss!
Lunar Rondo!
You picked the wrong fight!
Water! Hear my call!
Swallow Blade! Raging Flame! Inferno!
I'll take you all on! Ha! Flare to Malika! Here goes!
I'm on it.
Talon Storm! Let's keep up the pressure!
Save you.
Hurricane
Talon
Strike!
Hurricane! Raven Blade!
Frozen?
Hammer!
Well, looky here.
We got some. Good equipment.
I can't say its appearance is to my tastes, personally.
Let's dispose of the trap.
That frickin' does it. Talon Storm.
The power of Sword Rain Alpha!
Blazing Flood.
Take
This
that!
one's
It can
mine.
hide itself?
Now I'm in the
Amazing!
groove.
Be still! Rising Falcon!
Pierce through.
Healing arm!
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw! Hey, when did I get so popular?
Thank you for all your help.
Please, you hear me now?
I'm glad you know something.
I'll stop your movement!
And I'll stop your life! And done!
Let's keep up the pace!
Eat dirt!
Gemini Hurl!
Steel!
Take
Destruction!
You made me angry! That was a bad idea!
Now you see what I can do!
So weak!
Quit pushing yourself and get behind us!
I'll be right as rain in no time!
Rising Flame!
Shield and Fang! It's here! That'll bring you down! Inferno Crossing! By the power of flame! Vanish without a trace!
Eat this!
Talon Storm! Severing Wing!
Can't get out of this!
Hurricane Flood!
Talon Hurricane!
Ready and ready!
I'm right behind you!
Fateful Arrow! I can carve through armor!
Glacial Spear!
Eagle Assault!
Freeze
Dragon
Lancer!
Swarm!
Leave the enemy's art to me.
Let me show you what
No complaint here!
Dragon Shine!
Inferno Punch! So fine not too long ago.
Eagle Assault! Talon Storm! And make it rain!
Get toasty!
Burn Strike!
How much longer will our healing arts last?
What do you think this place was for? Ah!
What the hell? Are they asleep?
No. They appear to be well preserved. However, they are all dead.
Dead? So this is a mass grave?
Looks that way. However, none of them appear to be Helganquil.
Bear in mind that Renans were originally Danans, who were remade and sent to live on Lenegis. Knowing that, they would have needed a place to perform the procedure somewhere.
And that place is here, I assume.
So what you're saying is that all of these are Danan, or rather, Renan bodies?
Most likely, yes. It must have been abandoned for one reason or another.
There are so many of them. They were all taken away, but never given the chance to wake.
What is that thing?
Something we have to fight if we want to get across, it seems.
Be careful! It's huge!
What is with all the huge lumbering beasts lately?
It's no ordinary Zoogle. That much is damn sure.
Watch yourselves. All bets are off when it comes to this thing.
Burn! I'm ready to go. Talon Hurricane! Shockwave Flash! I'm on a roll now. Hurricane! I'll smash you! Now it's in the groove. Transform! Let's keep up the pressure. Eagle Assault! Denied! Double Demon Fang! Look sharp!
Its head is its weak point?
We'll need to bring it down somehow to hit it.
In that case, let's start with the one in the middle.
Eagle Assault!
Hear my call! Tiger Blade! Their arcs were interrupted.
Take Bolero!
Sovereign Alpha!
Now we see what I can do!
Light up the
Ignite!
I'm ready! Take Bolero! Dragon! You see what happened there is you crossed me. Shouldn't have done that.
Eternal Devastation!
Lunar Corruption!
My head's spinning just watching you!
I'll crush you! Lightning Reflexes! Tenebrous Claw!
Glacial Field!
Here's Eagle! Double Demon Fang! In a vine?
Tiger Blade!
By the power of flame! Vanish without a trace!
Take Bolero! Guardian Field! That's enough! I'm ready to go!
Devastation!
Take Bolero!
Rising Smoke! This one's mine!
Water, hear my call!
Eagle Assault! Take Bolero!
I'm right behind you!
I can carve through armor!
You're mine!
Sleep now!
Eagle Assault!
Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang!
Blazing Flame!
Let's go!
Demon Fang!
Take this!
Sleep
Pierce
now!
through!
Let's get
Eat
one!
this! Take Bolero!
Soaring Light Spear!
That'll bring you down! More with that
Hurrah!
Eagle!
Here's a healing arc!
Demon Fang! First strike! Demon Fang!
Take Bolero!
Relate free!
Eagle Assault!
Here I come! I'm not done!
Shattering of pieces!
Sleep now! I'll be saving you! There you go! Don't let up! Now! Astral energy! Full throttle! There!
First strike! Demon Fang!
Take Bolero!
Sword Rain Alpha!
Supernova!
Eat this!
Let's go!
Eagle Assault!
Hold on to your arcs! Here I go!
Demon
Wood!
Fang!
Reload! Wind astral energy! Raging escape!
Eat this! You're wide open! Talon Storm!
Raging storm!
Talon Hurricane!
The enemy is going all out!
First strike! Ignite!
Puddle! Light astral... Blah, blah, blah!
Eagle
And here!
Assault! Dragon Form!
Down!
Can't get out of this!
That'll bring you down!
I couldn't make it in time.
Negative take!
Elusive deity!
Soaring blast!
Soaring light spear! Elusive deity! Dragon swarm! Getting pile driver! Here I come!
Winds of heaven! First this one's mine!
I'll smash you!
Annihilation! Inferno!
Soaring alpha! Here comes a big one!
Here's evil!
Searing gale!
Right! Arc shield! Confiscated!
I'm on it! You picked the wrong fight!
Light up the dark! I'm ready to go!
Something's wrong with me. You just say the word and I'm there. I can't believe it's coming.
Here's a Guardian shield! I got you!
You're on!
I'll pick you up!
Double demon fang!
The power of light!
Burn! I'll finish you here and now!
Show you what my art can do!
Not my finest.
Here's a
You'll
healing
pay
art!
for that!
First aid! Think you can fly?
It
won't
clear.
I'm almost
My praise comes from you.
I said almost don't get carried away.
I hope this thing is meant to be. Dragon
Think you can fly? I'll heal you all! Light up the dark!
Thank you for all your help.
Please, don't mention it.
I'm glad to know someone's got my back.
Guardian shield! Struck! Soaring light spear! Rising phoenix!
Lunar Guardian!
You're mine! Burn!
I'm ready to go!
Now we're
Here's
not
a healing art!
soaring light spear! Vacuum blade! Here I come! Double demon fang! Shut my flash! No further! Flaming thrust!
Flaming meteor!
I can carve through armor!
It's about to strike!
Look sharp, everyone!
Flaming meteor! Inferno! Listen! Water! Here's our call! Here's our call!
Void flash!
Glacial spear!
Searing gale!
Malevolent!
I'm not done!
Freeze lancer!
Soaring light spear!
Air thrust!
You're throwing
Look sharp! Power double!
Here I come!
Pieces!
Attack time!
I'm extreme! Where are you going? Not on my watch! Make it right with my arm! Astral energy!
Say no more!
The hell was that thing?
Probably something that was made here and somehow managed to survive, even after all this time. Not that there's any way of knowing now.
What's wrong?
Oh, I just suddenly found myself contemplating what might have happened to the Sovereigns that were meant to emerge from the crown contests.
What do you mean?
You see, the winners of the past crown contests were all strong astral arts practitioners. Furthermore, that enemy we just fought appeared to be composed of several human bodies. It was certainly nothing one would find in nature.
You're saying those were the remains of the winners? That they forgot who they once were?
I'm merely saying it's a possibility.
That's absolutely gruesome. How long had the Helganquil been at this?
It was Rena's great spirit that made them do all of this. Anything to get its astral energy.
We're not gonna jump down, right?
I certainly hope not.
After hearing Dohalim's suggestion, I'm honestly not sure what to say.
So, looks like the Helganquil have been engineering Zeugles too.
The creatures we've been encountering here have been a little different to what we're used to.
Do you think they were engineered using...
Indeed. However, based on the current circumstances, I would...
You mean, there might have been native owl species?
We're back in that other room? Did the teleporter fail or something?
Something feels off about it.
Look! Everything's upside down!
The furnishings are, at least. No, you're right. The whole room's flipped on its head.
So what was once down is now up, and vice versa. I suppose the teleporter reversed our orientation then. That was quite the little adventure we went on.
Huh? I think someone's calling out for us. Yes!
Excuse me!
Hey!
Really now?
What?
I see. Agreed.
Very nice.
Halim, the line of researchers is getting longer.
Perhaps I should have put more thought.
Hey, that...
Finally. If only we could...
Right!
Saxleo Temple. Isn't that where Shion was being held? Shh.
Hey, Law.
Yeah, I guess I got a little carried away.
Yeah. A word of advice. You might want...
Man, can you imagine Rinwell's
I meant in general, but... You...
Huh? Oh,
Either that, or maybe...
May the trials and tribulation...
Romance? Like I'd be interested in that...
You know, I used to be a tomboy too when I was Rinwell.
Look, it's not tomboys I have anything against.
Hey, I miss anything? Thunderblade!
Ah! What the...
A little birdie told me you were speaking about who?
From the looks of it.
It wouldn't be called the Spring of Youth without a little...
Hey, Shion. How are you?
That's a little out of the blue.
Sorry. It's just...
I suppose you're right, but then, if we hadn't met like we did...
I can imagine. I know.
Because of Miguel.
Alphen's still alive, and after all, who can say what the future...
Besides, touch isn't everything.
That's true. But I do...
But that was a long time ago.
Don't worry, I'm only... And you're right.
I'll say. And if it's someone's favorite dish, all the better.
You might just have a...
Uh-oh. If it's...
Well...
Even after staying here, we never truly got to the...
Renan and Danon are meaningless distinctions here.
That might be the case now.
Once, maybe.
If it's not, we'll just have to make something new.
You're right.
These things... What the...
Sorry. Sorry. There was a huge flying bug and I...
A bug?
Something tells me she would have shot...
This realm is teeming with humid forests. In fact, I seem to recall reading somewhere that bugs around these parts lay their...
Sounds like they're tough.
What about you,
I wouldn't say I was their #1 fan.
Insects as a culinary option, you said?
Dohalim, I don't think...
Hey, a lizard!
Sure is good to be back in the pleasant climes of Menancia.
Definitely.
You do me an honor.
I didn't mean it that way. Native or not, that doesn't change the...
Allow myself to feel...
Nothing sounds easy when you overthink things the...
He's always worrying about something. It's
Yeah, so...
Let's change the subject, shall we? Alphen's awakening, Shion's decision to revolt, the Danon uprising in Calag...
Zephyr's being in the right place at the right time. The fact...
It's almost as if we were brought together.
No, enough Hand of Destiny talk. We
Did Law just utter a...
I do think about things, you know. Just...
Honestly?
What the hell makes me a dolt, you dolt?
I mean, she did say he was a likable dolt.
Let's refrain from poking this particular Zoogle any...
Not to dolts.
Hey, Kisara. What's your secret for putting up with...
Secret? Oh...
Could have had me fooled. Anyone who waxes
and those poetic flourishes he sneaks into regular
He likes the sound of his own voice, that's for sure. I say let him have...
Has he always been...
He didn't seem as on edge all the time back in Menancia. Though he was...
The Lord of Cislodia hid in plain sight while a crony posing as him carried out all his business.
An imposter? Dohalim? Hardly. Like it or not, that...
I'd like to see...
Come to think of it, what with being a lord and all.
It wouldn't surprise me. Having you guys around, having a family in a way,
A little heads up on some of...
Hey, she's pretty cute.
Who are you looking at? Quit gawking and let's go.
Ow!
That was quite the little adventure we went on.
I think Hootle said...
Hey, Rinwell, tell me...
They were kind. That I never understood why I had to work so hard. Needless to say that... Of course, if I had known that one day... What about your...
Same deal. Run through the mill. It got bad enough that I ended up running away. And now, I've got that training.
I know how that...
The first time we met, you risked using your magic to stop me from kicking my dad's ass. You could have done any...
Yeah, I guess...
You don't say. So, did you...
Not really. Not at all.
Wow. Well, I won't pretend...
He was.
Maybe it's the snow soaking up all the sound, but...
When it comes to solemnity, I'd say...
I won't argue with you there. Still, that azure tint of the...
Indeed.
All I know is it's freaking cold. Still.
Well, excuse me if I'm too frosty.
Oh, come on! You know I didn't mean you.
How about we stop getting hung up on the past?
An unexamined past can be
better that than obsessing.
Kisara doesn't mince her words, does she?
I could say the same thing about one or two of the other women around here.
Tell me about it.
I think I'll refrain from...
Hootle, I've got some dried fish for you. You want some?
Forget that. Doesn't some tasty...
Hey! Stop trying to coax him away with treats. Get your own adorables.
He appears to enjoy being the center.
Funny how things change. He and Rinwell, you...
It's not just Hootle who's become more trusting.
They do say pets and their owners act alike. I suppose
Well then, I guess with you and Hootle, that makes...
Sometimes when I'm deep in thought, Hootle will come over and sit next to me.
Oh, you will someday.
Wish I had that problem. I'm lucky if I can